I'm going to start streaming soon. So let me know when somebody sees something on X and if it sounds okay and if you can put comments in there and all of that jazz. Um, the comments may be restricted to only verified accounts. So if you're not a verified account on X, it might not let you comment. If that's restrictive, I'll change it next time. Okay, let's roll up our sleeves. This level at 642.7 is where they had that little burst. Let's see if they come down to here and close up all of these open candles here. That's not a big deal. These are 15-second charts, so it's not always as crucial as higher time frame candle to close, but they usually close them. The distribution of calls and puts for the 0 DTEs on the SPX is perfect. On the SPY, also good, very well balanced. The XSP is top heavy. We'll see if they let them go. The XSP has already done too much versus the calls that are available. Strong buyers below. There's something going on at 640 and 641 XSP, which is $4 below current price. That's been 2 days in a row. Something weird going on there. Okay, weird going on. Let's see NVIDIA versus 179. I'm going to put it on the bottom right-hand corner. 179 is a number they've defended vigorously and has come into play the last few days. This drop inspires a bounce to 181, 181.50. Not 181, 181.50. Resistance there. 182.50 would be target 2 of 3. Doesn't look that easy. I think 182, there are sellers there, but let's see what it can do. The market is holding green with a relative disaster in the 7 largest stocks other than Apple. That is an unbelievable achievement for the S&P. That's because these guys are picking up the slack, the likes of the XLF. So look for Caterpillar, GE, Dow-like companies, DIA, XLI, to see if they can make the difference and have the breakout. That orange line right here is a breakout line that they've been knocking on. And with the VIX being at 15, not even, the breakout should be imminent. And it's been here for days. Why aren't they walking through it? No, what's going on when you do? I see it. Okay, try this one. I see you guys. Thank you for being there. All right. So even for the Twitter folks, if you have questions, let me know. So this is a breakout from today's range. And now the bulls have the opportunity to create a trend because there are no option sellers that are lining up. That red bar is gone. 645, maybe a tiny one, but this one's gone. So I'm going to take it off the screen until they come back. And just like that, we have a mini breakout. We have the overnight highs. Maybe they're touching those. And let's see if they get to 644.4. I believe that is a Fibonacci line from prior action. They may pay attention to it. But with regards to if we can create a trend, they have the ability to. All they need is when they drop to 643.40 on the SPY, not to go much deeper than this. Like hold 643.20, 643.30 zone. I guess 643 would be okay. If you're looking to buy a put, you want to line up a that dip, but you should know that you're restricted with how much money you can get. So it's probably better to buy a call on a dip into the area where they're likely to try to buy. So as they approach the blue line, they're going to try to buy it to get the 644.8. Okay, so they want to try to do the white arrow and then a bigger arrow. Let's see if they can. So you either buy a put here with very low expectations of profits, or you try to buy a call on the dip. So then you can ride it all the way to 644.5. The SPX Iron Condor might still be alive. Let me double check. It is. So it's a little bit more than the earlier value, but now things have shifted because we have taken a level up. The numbers have shifted drastically. So 6.475 credit call spread would work now. This one here is up to $90. It started at 60, it dropped to 30, and now it's 90. If you took both, you're still okay. The total value is still okay. Statistically viable. You don't have to do anything. If you're starting one now, I would start higher than 64.70, unless you want to say, you know what, I want to short the market at 64.70 SPX today. That gives you $15, $1.5 on the SPY of upside buffer zone from here. So you're saying if we go to 645.50, then I'm in trouble with that credit call spread, and expires today. So if you're new to this, don't consider these trade alerts. Everybody's responsible for their own losses. I'm talking to people on Twitter. This is just us talking price action, levels that matter to machines, levels that are hinted at us from options transactions. And this is what we do all day, every day. What you can't see is that we have 155 people in a live room sitting watching the same screen you're looking at on Twitter right now. I guess X is it's called X, Nick. It's called X. One of these days I'll switch to calling it X. I have been sporadically calling it X. It's just Twitter sounds better. We still say tweet. There's no word, there's no verb for tweeting on X. Xing. In Netflix calls? Okay, thanks. All right, so what else are you tracking? Intel. Yeah, Intel we spoke about earlier. Anybody chasing Intel here, you need some courage, not fast trading, the investors. Why don't you jump into it at 19 when it was a blind buy? At 29, not a blind buy, or 26, definitely not a blind buy. I like the Netflix better than this one, though. All right, let's track Netflix for you. Ooh, that doesn't look pretty good. You're going long against support, I assume. All right, I'll track it for you. Potential sellers, 1224.4. 1224.4. I don't know when I put these red numbers, but they're still good. Prior comments. Look how well they respected these. I haven't gone to Netflix's chart in a few days, and these lines are very, very accurate. Be careful. Okay, so if you're holding a call for 644.8, That's fine with me, but you should know that you're struggling against these and Fibonacci, and probably if I scroll back a little further, I'll get something else that has been there as resistance. And your upside potential is depending heavily on the mega caps finding footing. That's the top 7 companies in the world, and continued strength from hundreds of others that are inside all the ETFs that are here. Those are the ETFs. XLF, Y, I, V, C, P, B, K, E. I think I got all of them. Did I say C? Maybe. Strong. Wow. IWM. Holy moly. Talk about strong. Legit. They want to break out, but they have a bunch of resistance. Okay. I challenge you, IWM. Let's go. What else you got? The rotation is in full bloom. Not very big numbers, like plus 0.2%, minus 0.3%. That's the rotation between strength in IWM, weakness in the QQQ. Overall, that's a bullish thing. If the most damage you can do is minus 0.3%, they already bounced off of minus 0.6, and the VIX made lower lows. There are no bears on the field, which is the ultimate bearish statement there could be. There are no sellers, so who the hell are we going to buy from? Ultimately. That's a rhetorical question. We are still in the same hovering mode. Are they going to test the neckline? Are they going to push up directly without testing the neckline? I'm going to zoom in on the mega caps to get a little bit more immediate information. Now we have 3-minute charts up here versus 15-second charts here, and 5 minutes on the IWM. I'll keep Netflix here. I didn't get it, Brad. I don't know what you're saying. I would laugh. I'll give you a courtesy laugh. So somebody on Twitter is saying cat looks like a breakout. I don't know about that. I think you need to zoom out in time. I would characterize cat as having lost a neckline that's somewhere around 425, 427, and it's trying to recover it. So the way I would verbalize it, if they don't get back to 430, but 1 plus, they're probably going to retest the support. No, let me rephrase it. If they don't come up to this circle, they're at risk of retesting this. And if they lose the 405, 406 zone, that this I just said, they could trigger a 392, 385 a test. So you have a bear here. The sellers are winning. What? That's crazy to say about cat. Well, I'm just looking the last 2 weeks. We have okay. Don't look at my drawings. How about we do 2 things? We pick up a regression analysis for since July. So we'll start July 1st to now. And it doesn't matter where I click. It's just going to give me an automatic regression analysis. So I'll click here to show you that I'm not putting it bearishly. So if we look at July, we have an ascending channel. In fact, look, if I move it down to here, it'll do the same thing. Okay, so what if I consider just August? So overall, we still are going up. But for August, we're a descending channel. Okay, what if I consider even back to here, which is middle of July? Still descending. So if I take away the first week in July, there's not enough. So basically, somewhere July 14th, things started to tip lower. So just keeping it real. with who's got the momentum, who's controlling the price action. I like CAT. I don't short CAT. I use it as a gauge to risk appetite in the world, growth expectations in the world. You can't have the markets going up while CAT is sliding down. So I think it's an important gauge for risk appetite. You know what else is an important gauge for risk appetite? Is this sucker right here. My nemesis. This one. I am short Palantir, and I'm hedged short term. My hedge is losing money today, but that's fine. That's why it's there. My car insurance loses money every month. Not for a second do I think about canceling my car insurance. I cannot be short the stock without my hedges. Therefore, the hedge is losing money. Totally okay. Let's look left. This is where Palantir really goosed it up. That's the earnings. They just gave it back. So now what I'm looking for is on the next bounce, can they do this? The answer is no, forever. Let's see if they can. This is a controversial comment from me on this company. I like the company. I think it's the most expensive stock I've ever seen. Period. End of story. In the S&P. I don't think you can maintain this valuation that way. They can normalize it. It doesn't have to drop. They just need to grow a lot faster. Okay. Netflix, be careful. You could have 1190 if they set a new low of day. Whatever that green box on the bottom right-hand corner of my screen, that's Netflix. Tiny little flag here, expanding wedge or whatever. Let's see if they're able to take advantage of it. A new high of day might get you 644.40. Still no visible sellers from options. Maybe a small bump at 64.60. SPX, maybe. So no significant resistance. So it's about the price action, not the options data. There are buyers at 643. So I think if you're looking to buy a call into that blue line I drew, it's not a crazy idea. Yeah, I saw your stop. That is an amazing stop. I wouldn't take any more pain. So the way I would deal with the stop on Netflix, if it drops below 1200 and it pops, it exit on the pop. Don't be, I guess I'm saying, set your stops in a way where they can't hunt you down, like that liquidity sweep they call. XLF, XLI, massive breakouts. Massive might be an exaggeration, you know what I mean? They're definitely taking the bids away from, they're taking the bids that are coming out of tech. I don't want to say it. I don't like it when Apple is the only stock taking bids in the NASDAQ. Money hides in Apple. Let's see the XLP. That's another defensive stock. It's up 0.7%. So Apple, defensive stock, XLP, defensive posture. But you can say that there's strength in the XLF as well. And that's not typically a defensive move. 0.5, 0.7 in the XLV. Okay, so I take back my comment on the XLP because there's just strength in all of the XLs and not all of them are defensive. So don't read much into that comment I made. 643.20, 643.40, there should be buyers because it's the breakout level, because there are no sellers above, there are no open candles below. I'm going to draw another blue line. So yesterday I used these drawings to show you potential support zones and weak spots. So there might be reason to come down to 642.8. If they do, there'll be another level of support. I don't see any open candles all the way down to my bars. So let's talk about these bars. This yellow bar and the orange bar down below, I forget the green one for now, they have been pivotal for days and days. And not just pivotal, like penny accurate. They drop into them, bounce like clockwork. So by the end of this week, where are we versus these bars? If the end of the week ends up below these bars, which would be unusual, then we start looking at them as potential resistance for next week. Now we have something similar on top. Where is it? Lost it in the time frames. It's a circle. We might be on top of it right now. Where is it? Where's my circle? Oh no, did I blow it out by mistake? Anyway, dang, that would be a shame. I'll find it. I must have blown it out or moved it out of the way. There it is. Ha. Okay. It's I drew it by hand last week. It's been on point. Like on point. They get there, they struggle through it. I don't remember them pushing past it, but it's been on point as a spot that they don't want to easily break from. So we have a bunch of support on the yellow bar and the orange bar, and a bunch of resistance in the circle. So let's see where price is versus this whole zone. This all of it, 644.5 to 642 if you want to remember numbers. So 642 through 644.5. If you want to take round numbers, I guess you can say 645, but that defeats the purpose. I think where the circle is has been pivotal enough to pay it attention directly. Okay. Let's go see if there are any questions from Twitter. A-Lab. Thoughts on put from A-Lab. Do you want to buy a put on A-Lab or sell it? Trade right, Andrew. Hey, look left, trade right. Any chance of Yeezy today? Raul, for the Yeezy today, I need data. I don't have any data that says we should be here. As soon as we get data like this, we will do that. In other words, can we put an iron butterfly somewhere where we're not, that we might go later in the day? You want to buy puts on A-Lab. Okay, let's give it a shot. That is a beloved stock. Yes, you can, but kind of like me in Palantir, me in STX, you're fighting a beloved stock. So yes, it is vulnerable for puts. Consider a put spread maybe. I would buy a put, whatever put you want to buy if it's out to October. See if you can sell some puts for this week or next, like create a diagonal. Just make sure that to make it to where the width of the diagonal is not smaller than the price you pay. Because then if you get a whoosh lower, then you can't profit. I don't want to give specifics, but you can come into the live room here if you're with me. I don't want to send out trade alerts on Twitter and have somebody do something they shouldn't be. Okay. QQQ Hunt 572. Okay, so we have discussed a trade on the NASDAQ for quite a few days. I believe it started last week, maybe Friday. The poke on Friday created a hunt on the NASDAQ. And I put this yellow box and I posted it on Twitter this morning. I think that's the potential target. It's not going to be easy. This was an area of interest, a weakness in the chart that they closed once already and they bounced on and made a new high. I expect them to bounce on this one as well. So the just like CAT, okay, just like CAT, copy paste. Are they selling rallies? Where's Tom? So will they let them do this? What time frame is this? 30 minutes. Okay. So can they come and hunt this potential target? This is a wolf wave. The wolf wave is based on the concept of when you have a rising wedge, you have a breakout from the wedge, it targets a path that gets you there. That's the big picture of it. But in the way, there's this guy, which has been gave us a new high. Okay. So that's the visual. Mm-hmm. Yeah, be careful. I told you we're falling into a strong base. So you got to look at the upper right-hand corner of my screen. That's the heart of the Nasdaq. That's the seven largest companies in there. And if you want to take a peek into them, this is them individually. Hold on, I built the button. Hold on, check this out. Doop, 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 automatically. I got sick and tired of this trading view feature. So we built Stream Deck button. Apple's picking up all the bids coming out of Microsoft. Microsoft was sick yesterday. This morning fell off a cliff first, and look how all the other ones look just like Microsoft almost. On the bottom right-hand corner, I have combined Tesla and Netflix. I don't usually watch them. They're not big inside the S&P, but together yesterday. Did you see that yesterday? If you were here, you saw this weird combination Tesla Uber that propped up the S&P because of the XLI and the XLY. Tesla is big in the XLY. If you sold a credit call spread for 90 cents a minute ago, 5 minutes ago when I mentioned it, that's probably the easiest short today. It is now $45. You made 50% of your profits per contract. So the iron condor from this morning is greenish. So you can keep it. If you only took the credit call spread because you're bullish markets, that's cool. You balanced your book for the day. If you only took the credit put spread because you're short markets, short term, that's also cool. If you took the credit call spread, you can add a credit put spread if you want to, but that brings you into a risky territory. I don't think you can be comfortable. It's going to be like 64.30 maybe. $45. Scary. Let's put the SPX down here for a second. Yeah, so we are here. They want you to be at 64.30 with a credit put spread and the credit call spread at 64.70. So that's the range for the iron condor. That's a weird range. I know I eyeballed it. Look how much closer we are to this one than that one. So why are they paying almost $50 for this one? Careful on the long side. Okay, now we have some sellers above. So this red box, we can bring it in to denote some selling. 644 for sure. So if we rally into 644, I would not hold calls. I said earlier you can buy calls for this, but I don't think that's looking good. They're losing one level of support and heading straight for the second one. They might have buyer at 42. The green bar is still there, perhaps, but it is of equal strength, slightly weaker, equal strength, slightly weaker of 644. So now we have a narrow range. Green bar, red bar. I'm gonna try to maintain these bars and stop talking about them. Wherever you see them, we're in balance between them. Support working. I'm gonna move this where I think now there's gonna be a resistance. So if you bought a call, use the strength to exit, maybe even with even money. I don't think you can rally past that circle. You see how that circle acted one more time? Super strong. Yeah, so be careful. There's no bounce here. There's a lower low here. And these guys started out strong. How much stronger do you think they're going to get? I would not be holding a call here. It's not going to be easy. You can bounce, but I don't think you can be greedy to get to 645 with ease without a headline. Are we scheduled for anybody to say anything today? Do we have a Michigan thing coming out? Any of that BS? Give me heads up on that stuff. Whew, what a day. Is there a delay? Why is my screen jumping around on Twitter? Is my screen jumping around on Twitter or is it just me? Yeah, weird. My screen is jumping around on me. I guess you guys are much stable than I am because I have so many things going on. Okay. Let's see if they're able to get back above the 643.60 zone. Okay, second layer, anything below this blue line that we're at is not necessary. This closes all of the open candles for today. And this is 15-second worth of candles. So if I can't find any open candles on 15 seconds, there are none. No fair value gaps anywhere. So all the transactions on the bullish side, all the transactions on the bearish side has been set. It is still an even fight between these two bars. You know what? These are not loud enough. These are not loud enough. There we go. What are these? These are very useful when we have a trend day or when we have solid support and resistance. Now we have buyers and sellers fighting over these zones, 644 and 642. 644 is getting a little bit weaker, which is normal. So I'm going to move it up a little bit. They're going to try again. So if you bought a call, you're probably down 20%. You're probably even right now. You were down 20%. You're getting back to even. What I'm telling you is getting through that other blue line we're approaching, 643.60. It's going to take some work. So we're going to have to look at leadership from somewhere. So I'm going to go down to a 1-minute chart. They have their own problems, these guys, when they rally back. I'm going to go to 1-minute chart on the IWM. XLZ. Okay, the ETFs are doing all kinds of good work. All of this is going on when these guys are going ballistic. Something is wrong with these two things. Keep your eye on the VIX. There's something not right here. The VIX behavior super weak, the XL group super strong, and the indices, okay, not weak, but why aren't they strong? That's pretty weird. Okay, thanks for that. Let me go check my TradyTix information. In case you're new and you don't know what TradyTix is, it's an outside data company that provides insight on options data. So, for example, they're saying that 573 on the QQQ is a heavy magnet. Anything is possible, but 573 is a heavy magnet for today. 643 is the center of attention, 43, 44, but also everything is possible. Weird situation. I rarely see it. There are no positive gamma levels inside those two things today. So basically, they're saying anything is possible with the concentration being around 643.44 and 573. For the SPX, the heaviest magnet is 6460. So that's $11 of upside. So the SPX is looking up. We'll see how that plays out. Okay, so what Sam posted in the live room chat. Can you post this on Twitter? Are you able to post charts on Twitter? You can put that there. Let me know. We're testing the Twitter feed. I like that we have that venue. Yesterday, I had a conversation with Grok. That was hilarious. But then he ditched me. He left me hanging. Screw him. I hold grudges. So if you cannot post comments in Twitter, I just noticed that I put the check mark to say only verified accounts can post comments. I'm not discriminating. I promise you I didn't do that on purpose. But get off your fannies and get verified on Twitter. Only 1% of my followers are verified. Or is it 10%? 10%. The GDX, I am short and it's falling out of control. You just post on Twitter. There's comment section on the right. Chuck, go there. Look how well they're defending the blue line. Okay, so we know our lines. Okay, the sellers now are a little bit bigger than the buyers. So these guys, I can drop them lower a little bit to 644, right in the middle of my circle. The buyers are where? 642. They're still there. A little bit at a disadvantage to the sellers. So we have this range we're stuck in right now. Okay, I don't know how you can minimize your screen. Anybody that can help him, that would be great. Drum roll. So ABC concept. We did that yesterday. It worked well, half the well. So we drop, and then we consolidate. And if they lose the consolidation, they tend to come back down and finish this. Something like this. So if they go below the blue line, they're at risk of dropping, bouncing one time. And if they don't recover 643, they end up going to 641.8. So Corey is getting out of his short on the QQQ. That was a good ride. You did post it all the way. You said hunting 572. What was the result? So I can log it for you. No, not like that. Per contract. 200 or 100? It's all fine and dandy that you made 2,000, but Corey, what's the per contract so I can log it? 200? 11 cents a contract? Did you have like 300 contracts? Okay. You did not make 11 cents a contract. What is the per contract win? Okay, 20 cents. Okay, got it. I'm not going to log that. That is something that is not typical. But you did call the target, and the target was achieved. So kudos for that. All right, this is where the fight starts. Let's check on something here. I'm going to zoom out and watch the mega caps to see versus their breakout from. So this is my morning note chart to you. Okay, I said strong trend. Look at this. Look at this trend. This is sick. This trend is insane. Sick as in like good, solid trend. This doesn't constitute a break in the trend. This is what we saw for 2 days. I said support zone, if lost, you can come down. I didn't tell you how far down you can go. But how about just retracing the breakout, which they've done once already. So they don't need to do that. So now they are falling into a bunch of support, a very well consolidated area of support. There's no need for the best companies on the planet to be on the weak side too long if these guys are going to continue to high heaven. This doesn't work. It just doesn't happen. It'd be completely illogical if it happens. So this is an inflection point for the next 2 days. I think there's something going on that we can use for logic as to expectations of dips or continued rallies. In other words, this rotation doesn't last too long in size. We either stabilize and break out, all of us, on headline, or we just give back a little, 2 to 3%. I think I was 2 weeks ago, the morning note had a buy the dip zone on the QQQ between 71. Okay, so I just talked about it. And if it's from 2 weeks ago, those comments, how about you refer to this morning's comments? If you're looking where does the support on the Qs, yes, I can look at. I am short the Qs, as you may well know. It owes me money. So support zone, I'm still looking left. It's been a while. So August 12th. So what happened is we broke out on Meta, Microsoft earnings. Remember, huge upsides on both of those, and the market went ballistic and we super spiked. And I said that super spike is probably going to last a long time. And that's what we are rising into. They have given it back. So you can expect support where we are in the QQQ. But if we lose it, 568-ish and 563. So not the end of the world. I promise you, those are normal dips, but they will feel like hell in this market that cannot tolerate 0.2% without having a super spike at the close to close flat or green. So I've said it in not so many words. It's going to sound wonky, so open up your minds. This market has the strongest sentiment I've ever seen. Like they are the most, quote, bullish I've ever seen, not because of the score, their behavior. At the same time, it is the weakest ass market I've ever seen. So they hit the sell button on great companies down to hell. Like somebody bought puts from us at 59 in NVIDIA this year and paid us $400. That kind of lack of conviction doesn't go in a market that buys every red tick to a new high under questionable conditions. So at the same time as being the most bullish sentiment I've ever seen, they have zero conviction in the fundamentals they're chasing. That is a weird situation. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. 642, they're going to try to buy this dip. And I'm going to move this out of the way because it's covering up. They are still there and not weaker than before. So I expect a bounce, especially that this is the yellow and orange. If they don't bounce here, by the way, we got this, right? So we can put a check mark here. They did this ABC thing. I'll delete it in a minute because it's pretty noisy. And So the this weird situation, I'd be interested in seeing how it ends. Like, will they take the breakout? Will we go to 700? The fundamental says, sure, we can. Let's see if their conviction allows them. And if you're watching the ES, we just ticked a new low. I mentioned yesterday that we have a target on the ES below 6450 if you were in the live room yesterday. Do you remember that? And I said, it's on track unless we break out from 6478, I think I said. Well, this morning they got close to 6478 and they didn't go. And now they're headed towards that wolf wave target. Love, love, love the wolf wave. So I said those words yesterday, and I said it's a moving target. The longer they take to get to it, the lower the target. So let me rephrase it. Right now, I see 6447, but it's a moving target. If we don't get to 6447 today, we might lose 6400 in the process without a breakout. So we might continue drifting to lose 6400. Not the end of the world. What is that? Like a minus 0.8%? It's okay. It's okay, Mr. Cocaine Bull. Cocaine Bull. Where is it? It's here somewhere. Let me go get it on a different window so we don't disrupt. I don't have any upside targets on the bounces. And the buyers are still willing to be there. The 644 sellers are getting stronger. So I'll make it a thicker band. Harder sellers there. There are sellers at 42, but if I move it to 42, it'll cover the price action. So we're at support. I'm going to delete this because it's already worked. Check mark as well. So we are in support. We lose the support. We go to 640.8. IWM falling. The IWM just triggered a bearish wolf wave. Holy crap! IWM is not falling. IWM just slipped on a banana peel. Oh my God. What in the world? Ghost hole. Anybody watch that show? Name the show where I get the word ghost hole. I can watch that show all day, every day. If you want to unwind. Come on, nobody? Starts with the letter R. No. I'm putting myself on mute. I'll be right back. The show is called Ridiculousness, where they show people falling into holes out of nowhere. Like one guy riding a bicycle inside a little puddle of water, whoop, falls in the manhole. All right. The options, I think my data table is broken. Let me close it. Let me move this out of the way. Yes, Excel is frozen. Restarting. So the bulls this morning had an opportunity to create a positive trend. They dipped and they never recovered. Okay, 643 sellers. My data was broken. Hard sellers here. No strong buyers anywhere. So we might have so now the bears have the opportunity for a trend making. The bulls failed to make a trend. the bears have the opportunity. What does that mean? If you bought calls, don't overstay your welcome. Scalp at 15%. They might be selling rallies. They're working on it. The bulls failed to do it. Let's see if the sellers can do it. So this one, when I said is vulnerable, it definitely played out and took a life of its own. Or if you tried to buy the dip for a higher high, they robbed you silly. If you haven't done a credit put spread, I would avoid it. See, I said at 64.30 down here, I said that's too close for comfort. And look at that. They're at 64.30. This credit call spread played out completely well. This one is a problem. I would not do that. On a day like today, if you sold a call spread and you won, don't be tempted in adding a credit put spread. Just enjoy it. Your day ended pretty quickly. Okay. This is not a fact. This is just a visual. Like, don't trade the edges of these lines. It's a visual that they might be selling rallies. So, which is why if you bought calls, exit quickly because they might be doing this. We'll see. This area has been super strong support. You have the arrows vulnerable on my charts. Most of them have come true at least halfway. But then we have these magical buyers that jump in. I told you. I tried to warn you. So let me know if you can click on a link in Twitter and does it take you there, okay? So I'm going to post a message in Twitter with a link. Let me know if it's live. That looks live. It does work. That's good. Leave your schedules open for tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Raghu and I are going to chat it up. Maybe for about 45 minutes. It would be great if you guys can attend and support. All right. We do have harmonics that inspire a bounce on the NASDAQ. Let's see if they take hold. Targets would be from 23,590 to 23,650. So 70 NQ points maybe. I don't see the same setup on the Qs. Small discrepancy there. I still don't have official targets from the SPY, like if I have a wolf wave to the upside or anything like that. All I can tell you is that if we do bounce 643, I would not hold a call Like, let me move this blue line to where it means more for you. Right here, they will close all the necessary moves. I'll move this one down because it doesn't mean anything. And this is the level. So anywhere between these two blue lines, there should be resistance. And I love my circle. You see? I told you it's like magic, the circle. We will keep it. In the next few days, we will keep track of where we are with regards to the circle, the yellow bar, and the orange bar. I cannot believe there's so much elasticity in the market. Let's take a so far the perception is that it's a bad day. Let's go and get some perspective. I can tell you it's a bad day in the Nasdaq. It's almost down 1%. So this is perspective on the market. You can see half of it is red, but usually I complain that, hey, this is not a green day. This is not a red day. If you just neutralize these big boxes, just neutralize them. Say, okay, they're just down a little or flat. We would have a pretty green day. Okay. Let's go to the small caps, the Russell 2000. What's the score? Flattish red. It was up 0.5, I think, 0.6. So, okay, it's got a lot of strength in the banks, which makes sense because the XLF was spiking earlier. So I don't know where they are now, but let's look at, I bet you Home Depot is up a lot, and that's a big stock. That's probably propping up the Dow. So what is the Dow scoreboard? It's green. It's because of a couple of stocks. Home Depot is a big influence in ANCAT, big dollar amount stocks. It is a price weighted average. It doesn't matter that Nvidia is 4 trillion. Caterpillar with a $400 stock counts more than twice as much as Nvidia, which is a travesty. I don't know why they have it this way. And I always ask, what happens when a stock goes to 1,000? Like at one point, UNH was 600. Okay, Goldman Sachs is 700. What happens if Goldman Sachs goes to 1,500? They'll let it happen. Then every tick in the Goldman Sachs whipsaws the whole index. That just doesn't make sense. Thanks, Seema. I wonder if we can find out the metrics after the fact. It is so exciting to try new things. We're blessed with this group. You guys are flexible. Oh, if you're on Twitter and you want to join us, I guess I should tell them who the heck we are. That's who we are. Go sign up now. 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 Do it. Do it. The goal here is to trade fast for people who want to trade fast. But since we hang out all day, every day, the goal really is just to do better overall and to find a way where we can create enough income to where we're completely independent from the world. So if you want to take a vacation, you can just get up and go, because we can do this from a closet anywhere in the world. So that's the goal, to get people to a level to where they can they're confident enough where they can log on, look at a few charts, look at a few P&Ls and balance sheets and decide, okay, I can go long here, I can go short here, I can create income in 2 weeks, I can create income in 2 minutes or 2 hours. That's the goal. We have people that trade fast, people that trade slow. I like to trade slow. I enjoy this fast. I keep track for you guys so we can make good work of this. Okay, so they're selling rallies, and the sellers have moved down to 642, believe it or not. Yes, so these guys have lowered down to here. So rallies now into my yellow bars are going to be met by sellers. That hasn't happened in a long time. XSP is saying the rallies are also going to be hit hard. Short-term comments, nothing for you to take this over to tomorrow. This is just point A to point B. And 6447 ES target met. And they touched the line. So now they can bounce knowing that they touched the wolf wave line. That's a good thing for the bulls because the faster you touch that line, the less urgent it is to continue lower. If I was holding puts, I would be locking my profits in those. All right, time for me to take a look at my own account, so give me a minute. So the blue scribbles have worked, so they should bounce one more time and renew the effort. It's a very good day for Nick because you know he's bearish biased. They still owe me money, so I need. What I do is like if you're bearish biased and today you're having a fantastic day, don't just sit there and watch. What I do is I go through anything that's time critical that gives me relief where I can fix it, make it better, make it so if we have another bounce, a 1% bounce this week, they won't hurt me. That's what you want. You want to eliminate the damage in case we do what we've been doing for a while, which is buy the dip and make a higher high. Do we have buyers? We do not. We have zero buyers. That doesn't mean we're not going to buy. I just don't have evidence of options transactions below me that are going to provide support. So do not buy calls. And if you do buy calls for reasons you see on your chart, scalp quickly. That's probably more accurate. So earlier I told you they're transacting a lot lower, and we're almost $1 away from that area we were transacting for 2 days. Weird. I mentioned it. I just don't remember taking any zero DTEs on it. I do have a couple, so let me go see what that's all about. Where is the VIX? 15. I have sold puts in the VIX that expire today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Okay. They're worthless now. So I will close them. Actually, screw that. I'll just leave them open. They're cash settled and they're minute. Okay, so that's the only. It says zero DTE when it's not. They settle tomorrow morning. What's Boeing doing today? Yes, it broke. It cracked. All right. Boeing made a significant lower low before taking out a significant higher high. So the short lives, I'll stay in it. It's not in the clear yet, but it's a full year short. So I'm very confident in that position. AMD short is working. Lulu long not working. Goldman Sachs short. Perfect. It's finally green. Home builders are soaring like we got some news. On interest rates. So I don't understand this. I can sell. I forget about these comments. That's a big breakout from 109. Let's see what's on the left side. Yeah. Wow. Home builders always amaze me. Always amaze me. this whole area was shortable. So, okay, there are sellers on the left. Let's see how that plays out. SPX vulnerable arrow playing out. So anything good falling today that we can go long? Do I still have that? You want to buy a put now? No. The easy drop has happened. If you want to buy a put, you need some reasons for it, right? So you need a spike into a, well, let me take one of these and bring it down to here. There should be sellers inside of that bar I just put. If you want, and it could start as low as the red. Here, I'm going to take that out. As low. Okay, so if you're buying a put here, your thesis is we're going down to 640. I mean, it's possible, but you just saw how much we dropped, so you're chasing lower. You can buy a put. You buy the 642 put, and you say, okay, I'll pay, how much is it? I'll pay $110, whatever it is. I'll get you a price in a minute. And I would only let it lose X dollars. You pick a number that will get you out based on your own risk appetite. It's $1.31. So you spend $1.31. If you haven't done many of those, just take one to get the habit. You say, okay, if I lose $35, I'm out. If I make $25 or $35, I'm out. Just do one to get into the habit. Once you create the habit with one and you can repeat it on up days, on down days, week after week, it's okay. Take your time. It's a craft you're going to use for the rest of your life. If you spend 2 weeks doing one contract at a time, who cares? In the end, you end up with a positive result. What is the positive result? Can anybody tell me? The positive result is the fact that you establish a method with which you can just have confidence. You log in, I look at the charts, I place 2 trades, I make $300 a contract. I'm good. Do it. There should be sellers right here and inside the orange box. No need to put a line there, clearly. The seller zone is at 643, so I can move these a little bit higher. There are some sellers at 42. I guess I can leave it here. There are sellers at 42. So 42.5 would be a fair representation of the pressure that is coming down from the top. There's not a lot of pressure from the bottom. There is a curious position on the SPY. 1,200 contracts, 1203 transactions at 635 for today. Let's go see what's there. 635 expiration today. That's unusual. Let's go see if there's a big position there. That'll be somebody rolling. There they are, 635. There they are, 1,200. Oh, interesting. So there were 600 contracts there. So I'm wondering why they're transacting 1,200 right now. UPS call is now 5:35. Somebody wants to buy a call on UPS. UPS, the concept is alive. Somebody's taking the idea from yesterday and trying to put it into play today. I said yes in concept, yes, but it's not for me. IWM. Oh my lord, oh my lord. Wait a minute. Did we just take a lower low on the RTY? No way. RTY, in case you don't know, that's the futures contract on the small caps. So think RUT. Almost. Oh my goodness, we did. So you go from a full breakout to a full breakdown. That's an engulfing candle over the entire range of yesterday. All of it. Almost the Friday night range as well. So pretty interesting what's going on here. This could be a very bearish day in hiding. bearish from the body language perspective. These guys were on rails. Let me see if I can. Don't take my comment as in loading up on puts. When I say bearish day, like red day, okay? Not bullish. How about not bullish? But the fact that you were firing on all cylinders an hour ago, and now you're hoping to hold support with no change in concepts. That's pretty indecisive. Like I said, they have all the courage in the world, but none of the conviction. All right, 640.4. If we finish the blue squiggly, even though we pretty much finished it, so this we drew earlier, right? And we're almost there. But let's say we actually finish it to the penny, that would trigger a low here. So I'm going to delete this squiggly because it worked. So it doesn't confuse people that are coming in now. I anticipate an attempt to hold, but there's nothing showing up from the options. And the sheet is working. Earlier it crashed for some reason, but it's working now. I can see moving numbers. So rallies into 6440 SPX will be met by heavy sellers. 6440. Tradie ticks. Let's see what they say. 573 on the QQQ is still supreme. Yesterday it was completely wrong, so I'm going to ignore that number. 643 is still stuck. So unless somebody can verify that Traditix has changed their numbers, that's pretty bizarre. They're still pointing at the same numbers they were reporting earlier. In fact, 6460 also. Sam, do you mind verifying that, please? Let's see if I can actually share pictures on Twitter. Let's see here. Boom. No pictures. So, Royston, you said, can I buy a put? And I said, yes, you can. And I said, which put to buy? You're up 16%. It was 131 to buy. It is 150. Okay, just dropped to 49. 149 to sell. 15%. 16%. So you made $20, 21 bucks. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. If they lose this low, you're going to get 40% on it. So decide how much money you want to get out of it. And what you can do is, if you're not super fast trading, you can say, sell the close, send the order, and ask for $1.65, whatever that percent is for you. So if you say $1.65, that gets you 30%. Do the math. I'm not going to do the math. And this way, if you get one of these, whoop, and then they bounce right back, you get filled and you don't have to chase it. They will try to hold this. This is the opening range from Nick. If we, for the next 20 minutes, get down to 640.4, we are at risk to going down to 639 and change. But that's a big if. They will defend it like you wouldn't believe. I have confidence in that, especially that the mega caps have had a spill already. So they have the gumption to bounce. A lot is riding on these XLF types. Okay. I think the bulls are stunned right now, and they're going to try to bounce. 643, there are sellers. 642, there are sellers. So there should be plenty of resistance on these bounces. I don't know how easy it is for them. So keep these on your screen. Sorry, the IWM for body language. There was rotation this morning as these guys fell. these guys rallied. But now they're both falling. And what about these? You see, this morning there was a rotation split in two. These guys fell, these guys rallied, and then these guys rallied. And then these guys have not started rallying. These guys collapsed, they're falling, and these guys are off their highs, deciding whether they want to bounce back and save the market or not. I'm not so sure they have it in them. Interesting circle going on here. Okay, so we went to 6439 on the ES. The wolf wave I mentioned in the last 2 days has been satisfied. Let's check on the QQQ wolf wave that we mentioned earlier. Probably not. It seemed deeper. No, they got it. Almost. Dang. So now this played out. I said, what if they're selling rallies? They did. This played out. I'm going to delete it. It's just noise. We just drew it. It came to fruition too quickly. That's a head and shoulder-ish. Let's see if we can come up to the same conclusion. 359. Okay. So if you think they're going to give us most of this shoulder, so head, look at that. Everything triangulates. So the area of interest, the rectangles that say area of interest, those are open candles on the left. Not super open, but open. The bright yellow area is a potential target that we've been tracking for 2 days. They're almost here. They came to it too quickly. Let's see what they can do on the bounce, the mega caps. I mean, they're strong companies. Let's go look at them individually. I'm going to zoom out to 15 minutes. So Apple took all the bids in the morning, but it too dropped to the base. The other ones fell from the base and will try to bounce back to the necklines. So for example, Microsoft lost the base of 515, 514. Now, when it rallies back to 514, 515, 516, it's going to find some sellers, heavy sellers. NVIDIA lost the 179 that I mentioned earlier. That's a big number. It fought over it for a while. If I zoom out, you'll see. So now rallying back to 179.50 should bring its sellers and 81.50 as well. Falling below a prior support doesn't constitute a breach. It's what you do with the bounce. So if NVIDIA loses 176, 175.70, that would be scary for NVIDIA. Short-term comments, of course. Okay. So now we know it's not an easy path to a super spike, right? They all have to deal with these underbellies they lost today. So they all have to deal with the equivalent of this letter R here on their own charts. So let's see what the XLF does. So I'm going to put the XLF all by itself down here. Is the XLI similar shape? They are. So we'll do XLF and XLI. We'll do 1 minute and see how strong they are. And we'll keep an eye on this one, and we're keeping an eye on the collective here. So now we've got all the elements here. I assume Netflix stopped out. Well, technically, yes, but we'll see. I'm going to be quiet for a minute, managing some trades, making sure I'm not forgetting anything that I need to lock. I don't remember taking many short-term trades, so always good to go through your accounts. Okay, let's look at how serious this is from the VIX perspective. The VIX, I said you can own calls in the VIX because of defense or even a short on the market. So a few days ago, I said, okay, for example, if I buy a call for October at 15 on the 12th, I bought that call, and you know what happened on the 12th, right? Huge up day. That trade is down $15, 0.15. So clearly, and after breaking records, it did not get damaged. In fact, it was green 2 days ago, and now it's reddish. It was greenish. So down 2.7% on the trade when we can't fall off of all-time highs. So what I'm saying is the VIX shows up 1.6 today. Technically, I'm not making much money off of it. So it's still an okay trade idea, whether it's defense or an actual short on the market. Okay, where is the data? Sellers at 42, they're still there. 43, a lot stronger. So holding calls, if I was holding calls for a recovery today, I don't think it's an easy path to the letter R. So I would trim into that. So if I bought the dip at 640.8 or 0.9, I would be out in the blue lines. It's not going to be easy. As indicated by my interpretation of the options chain. It has been foolproof. We haven't made a mistake with it once since we created it. This is the third week. Proprietary tool. Eventually, I will share it with you visually. I just haven't figured out how. The seller's potential on the SPX are heavy. So if I have a credit call spread in the SPX, I wouldn't back out. 640, 45, and 50 on the SPX for today, for the next few minutes. Heavy sellers. No visible buyers. To give you the relativity, 10,000 or higher is the number for the sellers. 900 and 2,200 and 2,000 are the buyers. So 5 to 1 or more. This changes quickly. So for now, I wouldn't be holding on to calls with confidence. The blue lines, I'm showing points of contention, or sometimes they're open areas of interest. Options wise, we have upside pressure. If you can consider, okay, we have 20 puts in the money, about $1.50 or $2. That doesn't always play out. I trust the pressure that I'm talking about, the low pressure and high pressure systems with these bars, the green and red, more than the upside pressure from the options. That's a big statement. You know how long I've been watching the upside and downside pressure from options? This is more accurate for the fast trades, way more accurate. Okay, finally, we have the VIX and the VIX futures going in the same directions, but they are not at the same level. I addressed this earlier. I think it's an important concept. So we look at the VIX itself, and we see, what's the day? 19? Where's Friday? See where we're at? We're above the Friday. Friday, Monday we gapped up and we drifted lower, but we all day today we are at or above Friday's tops. So that indicates improvement in the VIX. Higher highs, no lower lows, and we're above the breakout from Friday. So it's a bullish posture for the VIX. When you go to the VIX futures, nowhere near that story, like not even close. This is Friday. We lost it big time. We finally stabilized and we're going into the problem from Friday. So the VIX contract for options for this week settles tomorrow morning. You can't trade it tomorrow, so maybe that has something to do with it. But that discrepancy started Monday, so that's not it. I don't know what the hell's going on with the VIX. I think the CBOE has a problem with regards to what's going on with the VIX and how the zero DTEs have affected it. Corey, I am short the small caps. Yes, somebody's asking in the comments, and that's the only short that is not painful. Like, I don't sweat it because it's either up or down. Whereas in the SPY, if you have a good day with the mega caps, the SPY rallies. If you have a good day in the banking sector, the SPY rallies, industrials, it has so many soldiers. With the small caps, you just need the markets to be up and down. Oracle. Yes, buddy. Die, mo flicker, die. I'm short Oracle, as you well know. Credit call spread, way out in time. The trade is glowing bright orange, if not hot pink. But I stayed in it. That's why I thought. Anyway, so it is nothing against the company. It's just a chart thing. So today Oracle is having a little spill, $9 down, nothing major. But it gives me a lot of relief on that bear call spread. And a couple of people have asked me over the last 2 weeks, what have you done with it? Nothing. I'm just watching the levels, watching the markets, looking for a topping formation in these high-flying stocks. And the talking points in Oracle, so mind you, it's a fantastic business, but I think they're misreading the talking points. They're expecting an explosion of some sorts, and I don't think it's coming, not for database companies like this, but maybe. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to move the top blue line a little bit lower to be more useful. No, these orange and yellow will serve the purpose. Nothing is easy between here and the letter R. Nothing. So what is imperative is that they don't need to get to 641. If they get to 641.00, they've already lost a little step here. Who's they? The bulls. Short-term comments, nothing to be carried more than a few minutes at a time. We're here trading fast. Sellers. Still at 42, much more significant. 3 times harder at 43. Buyers. 41, weak. So you can move this to here, but they're weak. So we're stuck inside of a range. The charts will warn you. If we lose this guy, so if we get to 641, we might challenge this and get into the green one. So don't be overly confident with that green bar. It is almost half the size of the sellers at 642 here. You see what I mean? So the range is even narrower. So these guys better do something magical. Somebody should do something magical. Thank you for the interaction on Twitter. I really appreciate it. I did thank you yesterday because I looked at the metrics and the engagements has gone up through the roof since I requested a few weeks ago. The easiest way you can help us is just interacting in social media. If you see us post anything, just don't go past it without hitting a like and maybe answer or share or save it or forward it, comment, even if it's if you don't agree with what I'm saying. The debate back and forth. In fact, the hotter the comments, the better. I said yesterday, I miss the trolls. There are no trolls on Twitter anymore. What the heck? They cleaned it up too well. So what Corey's, I'm going to keep these on because look, this is the XLF and the XLI. They're coming into a pretty solid bear right there. Let's see how they handle it. If they cut through it like it's not there and they get up here, that's pretty confident. So this this red N you see here says maybe we go here, maybe we go here. I don't like these shapes as much as the actual full W, but that's what that says. So part of that conversation is what happens here on this candle, which is right here. So let's see. Let's watch these soldiers in this fight and these soldiers. So the upper right hand corner, if I go down to a 1 minute chart, that's all the mega caps, 7 largest companies. Right here is part of this. So this is all the ETFs. Not all, a lot of ETFs. They too are dealing with their own red bear right there. See that? Kind of like this. So what this is telling me that there's a lot coming in from a couple ETFs. So I isolated the XLF and the XLI. The downside from here should not be easy. The sellers at 42 have retreated. So that red bar on top got shrunk. Okay, I'm not so sure why I can't move it. We'll move it to 43. So spikes have a little bit more room now. Buyers at 41, a little bit more confident. So the green bar. This red N shape is bearish, but not too long. Like if we get to 642, that red end doesn't work. Candles that are open, 642, 15, 18. We're trying to get back into the orange rectangle, those two orange lines, and the yellow rectangle above them. Those have been pivotal for days on end. They have been surgical on the way down. I'm always surprised how much memory they have, where they bounce off of old lines, even though when they look too old to matter, they are surgical. I wonder if they're going to treat them surgically on the way up. That would be a bearish sign all by itself, because the propensity to be bullish is there in droves. So they don't usually stop on a dime on the way up. They burst and then they get exhausted and they just let go a little bit and they bounce on a dime from supports. So they respect the supports more than the resistance. Okay, so target 1 is met. See that blue squiggly? I drew it with a little shape. Target 2 would be an outstanding achievements. If you go to 641 flat, it means you lost that green bar. You've made a lower low, tiny one albeit. So the bulls need to defend target 2 vigorously, because target 3 is 640.8-ish. And the IWM lost this lunch. So look at the XLF bottom right-hand corner. They trade like the IWM a lot of the times, the XLF. And the IWM just opened up the trap door from 2 days ago. It has backup support, but that is horrific price action. That is a massive engulfing candle, like of pretty good proportions. 642 sellers are showing up again, so we can lower this bar a little bit. Schnapps. Raul, that's funny. Is that something from Suriname? What does schnapps mean in Suriname? Is that Dutch for something? No. I can just picture you saying it too. That's pretty cool. Daniel has an explanation what schnapp is. Point of interest 224 on the IWM. Uh, 223.5, 223.7. There is one at 225.2. 225.3, 225.2 zone, 223.7, and that's it. This yellow and something here. Those are fair value gaps. Thank you, Larry. Let's see what they do with the blue bar. The blue bar still exists here. That makes sense where it's at. These two bars have presented pinpoint accurate resistance, backup resistance above it, and willing sellers above that. Doesn't look good for the bulls here. They need a hero. They need a strong bounce in one of the saviors of usual. I still need to tell you that Palantir makes for a great gauge of risk appetite. That's my new Twilio. If you've known me for a decade, you know that I used to watch Twilio for that purpose. When it was a hyper-growth company and the market is falling and Twilio isn't, it was like, don't worry about it. The market will find footing. And then, vice versa would work. So Palantir was green on any day. And now, even on green days, it can't catch a break. It's an indirect risk appetite measurement. Same with Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing today? Minus 2%. What a loser. Okay, so here's the risk for the markets. If these stay stable, no up, no down, and these trigger a lower low, trapdoor will open below these. And that is about 30% of this guy, of the SPY. So this is important here. You see how they behaved against this candle? This bear won. So if this bull doesn't win, they're going to have a trapdoor open under the ETFs. So now this is the battle to watch right here. These guys are stable. They're not making super spikes or super drops. They're stable. If they stay stable, this is the risk on the market right here. So this is a broadening wedge or a whatever, ABC. It's a consolidation zone that has been here since 8 o'clock my time. So that's 40 minutes. If we lose it, we're going to open a trap door to go to 204. Doesn't mean much, but it will. You will see it here, and we will be 641. They're not there. They're at 640 at best. 640. So we have a gaping hole here. So what did I just do? We have a way of seeing low pressure systems in the options, which means intraday where price can like easily flow. Think of it like water on the floor, and there's a little lower spot on the floor. Water wants to go there. So the low spot right now is 641. High spot at 42. Lower spot at 40, like lower than 42, but higher than 41. So 41 plus or minus is where we're comfortable staying. So it's easier to slip into the 640s than it is to go up into the 641s. Uh-oh. Bounce or else. So these are ETFs. This is only 2 of them. They're in here, but only 2. So maybe Tesla's falling, like XLI. Wait, who are we looking at? XLK is slipping. Okay, let me change. I have a different window that you guys are not seeing. I'm going to go to 3 minutes here. The XLI, XLP, and XLV have support. They need to do better. They're the best of all of them, but they have a must-hold level right here, right now. So they look like this. The drum roll is definitely drumming here. These guys are starting to take up some of the slack. So I have faith that the rotation, they will try to kick it in. This market will not accept the minus 0.3. They have not accepted a minus 0.3 red situation. And today we have minuses on all of them. This is the first day where we have minuses on all. Well, wait, the Dow. The Dow is green-ish, but losing steam. Let's go cat. I can't believe GE. I cannot believe GE. This company, mind-blowing. This is the new IBM. Underperforming like you wouldn't believe and gets utmost respect on Wall Street. Look at what it did today. Look at this. Look at this. Crash in size. Look at the size candle. And it drifts right back up to green like nothing happened, to flat on thin candles. So these, the wider the candle, the bigger the volume. It falls in size. And look at this. This company trades like it's a superstar, and it's a loser from the standpoint of where it was and where it is, and how long it's taking to turn the ship around, and how they sliced it up in pieces, and whatever is left here maybe is good, maybe it's bad. We will see. It'll be like an IBM thing for me. Watch it, short it whenever possible. I am short, sold calls way out in time, like last year. I won with it. It wasn't a fortune, but it was a good win. But that shows how aggressive this market is. Drum roll here. Come on, do something. Bounce hard or let it go. Thanks, Andrew. If you guys are Kardashians on social media, share the. You have my permission to share the links with everybody. Just don't release a video. Don't do that on my behalf. If you want to on your own, that's your own decision, but don't do it for me. I'm just saying. Cat videos is what I'm talking about, of course. What are you talking about? Get your minds out of the gutter. So now, when I said if we go to 641 flat, it could be bad. I'm surprised none of you have come to me. We have a head and shoulders. Yeah, we do. If we get to 641, we could be in the process of triggering head and shoulders. Not a big deal, except that I bet you, if I measure it, the measured move is either at or lower than the low of the day. So don't be an amateur and buy a put because there's a head and shoulders. That's not what that serves. That says, what happens if we make 641 or 640.9? That's what happens. So if we lose this zone, we are in danger of triggering this. Going lower is not the trigger. Okay, so going lower, fighting over it, and then make a lower low, then you confirm it. The measured move is either half of this white arrow or all of it. The measured move is all of it, but often enough in this bullish market, they only take half. So half of it would be great. All of it would be fantastic for the bears because why? Look left, that would be a lower low, and it would confirm the loss of my orange box on the left, which is my opening range. So whenever we lose the opening range confirmed, we take half of it or all of it to the downside. Which means what? $1.40 of downside from 640.8. So 639.5 would be attainable, which I said earlier. There are no buyers until 640, and if even then, they are 1/3 of the buyers of the sellers that are at 642. 642. Yes, you heard that right. The sellers have dropped down to my orange box. So, the drum roll. You're out of the puts, Royston. Your puts made. They didn't make. You did? Huh. You must have added. Did you add? Or did I log calls? I logged the 642 put. You added. Okay. Because time chewed it up. That's the other reason why you want to trade the futures and things like this. Speaking of the futures, go sign up. Go sign up. If you're not sure you're good enough for the futures, I will spend three Saturdays getting you ready for it. Let me rephrase. Sign up for the futures and you and I will work hard to be ready for it so you can absorb all the knowledge at all-time highs. I'm telling you, the headline for the futures should be called How to Stay Long in this Very Bullish Market with a hedge that pays you to be long. Or how to safely short this market at these highs without any money out of pocket. Or how to maintain a portfolio through bullish and bearish markets. All of these headlines fit, which means what? Which means it's a ton of information packed into 2 days in Los Angeles. And you get to have dinner with the group and make friends for life. It's a win-win-win-win situation. Whoops. All you got to do is plan ahead, and we're giving you plenty of time. October 3rd and 4th, Los Angeles. Let's go. I know you can't make it, but you have a valid excuse. Indeed, Andrew, indeed. Get your butts there. Did you hear it right? I'll spend 3 Saturdays. I'll give you my mornings. You can pop in. We'll determine what holes you need covered in order for you to be ready so you can absorb all the knowledge. It'll be a pleasure to get you there. I think everybody needs this. It's who's ready to take it or not. That's the question, which is why I'm pounding the table. Okay, up middle right-hand corner of my screen. They did lose the support. Bottom right-hand corner of my screen, the blue line is lost. So now, in theory, we should drop to 203.90 on that bottom part. So that pretty much guarantees the white arrow. But look at what's in the way. The biggest buyer of the day. Can you identify him or her? A long green stick. The buyer is at 640 disappeared. So don't count on this green box down here. From the options, they don't show anything. So it's a free fall into wherever they want to stop falling. My read of the options chain, don't buy calls. So this is a trend day type of a situation. When we have a descending trend, we don't buy calls unless you know you can make money with a short bounce. Otherwise, you buy puts on the bounces. It's easier to make money, or ride the put down, or stay in a credit call spread. Because the options transactions on the 0 DTEs don't inspire a bounce. I'm disappointed that my little machine is not working so we can test it out. Cannot call request. Yes, I can. It has worked. So let's drop it to 2. There it is. Let's see how long it lasts. This is supposed to be options data, doing calculations and posting them up here to show me the path of least resistance. Let's see here. Yellow, green is low numbers, red is high numbers, yellow is middle of the way. These numbers don't match the actual calculations I have in Excel, so I'm trying to determine. I think they flipped the logic on me here. Pine script is flipping the logic. I think higher numbers are temporary magnets. Like if suddenly I see a 640 high number, that means we're going to come down to 640. Let's check it out. 640 is the highest number now. Let's see if we go there. It'll be live GEX information. And if I can overcome this buffer thing, that might be good enough to just see the 2 legs above and 2 legs below current price. That's that number 2 I changed. So it shows me 5 of these. 5 might be enough for fast trading. 640 is still the highest number. Let's see if it works. Wouldn't that be lovely? We actually build a tool and we test it live while streaming on Twitter. You can't make this stuff up. 640 and 639. Okay, so I need to change that logic to make it an absolute value because the color coding doesn't work. If the number is big negative, I think it also works as a magnet. We'll see. Like a tooth. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, not nice yet. I'm speculating. I'm watching a bunch of tables right now other than talking to you in order to try to make logic of these numbers we're seeing here in the little table. Right now, there's no advantage to go anywhere. But every once in a while, 640 pops as the strongest magnet. And if you look on the arrow, that's about where the arrow should be. So technically, it's pointing to where the measured move has been pointing at since we lost 641.1. What was the high of today on the SPY? 644. Yesterday, 643.10, 643.20 was huge. It came into view multiple times. If they make another little lower low, like 640.65, just a tinier low, that clicks the algo into another lower low. And that's what happens when you put so much effort into one group of stocks and you rally them so quickly. And then it's not the end of the world. What they did is now they came back to where they started from. So I'm going to take this bar from up here and say that there should be a buyer here. So this group shouldn't be that much of a drag from here. So what about this group? Is this too big? I'm asking. If not, there should be another seller right there. And I guess some support there. So these are the areas in question for the mega caps, the largest companies. They're fighting so hard to stay above this guy because they want to defend these two. I don't think if we lose this guy, these two will become helpless. So we'll see. I'm going to move this to make it the actual. That's the low of the day. Sellers are on 642. They have not moved any lower than that. Buyers, 640, maybe, yeah. So we still have that. The black area in between those two, the red and the green, is the easy area where they want to be. According to Tradietics, they haven't changed their mind. Anything is possible. The highest magnet is 643. That would be unusual, but it is there. 573 is the only magnet on the QQQ. That is also pointing up. Now, the SPX is a little confused. Although it hasn't given up the idea of 6460, it has other areas of interest, but they're scattered. Oh, they clicked a lower low. So we go back to high numbers at 640 and 639. They keep flashing. 639. So Royston, the put is up 26%, even if you hadn't added. So good job on buying that put. We will log it 26%, $34 if you exit now. To me, that's close to the low of the day. That's close to the market move, measured move. I would be out. But Nick, they can go to 639. You just said yes, but we're not here to make all the money. We're here to make money consistently on a plan. We planned it, we plotted it, we traded it, we can log it. I have a plan. Okay, perfect. So the green M you see on my screen, That is a very broad harmonic. I'm not so sure I love it, but it's there. It says that we can bounce to 641.10. Remember that number? They're trying to get back above the red line, which was the neckline. And look at the size. They're gathering some volume. So they're trying. That green M will stay into effect even if you hit the white arrow completely. So what happened is they lost the neckline. They tried to recover it. They lost the neckline. They tried to recover it, and they're trying again. But in the process, they made a lower low. So if they don't succeed, and I think there'd be sellers here, and they come back down and they make a lower low, so now we have a problem. This is the target that they're chasing, but this broadening wedge, if indeed it develops, if they lose it, its target is in the 39s. So you will develop a new downside target somewhere around here. You heard the if, right? Target 1, 641.1. Target 2, 641.4. This says the biggest number is 639. So this says, yes, the X isn't possible, Nick. I tell you, the 642 sellers are gaining steam. Yes, don't hold calls with confidence here. There's going to be a lot of work to be done by these guys in order to erase this slide. There's a chance of a lower low here. And it could get serious in the sense where we can actually close red. What? Just in time for tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we get the release of the meeting minutes from the Fed. I am confident that CNBC will try to sell tickets to that schmuck show. Oh, you have to tune in for the all-important Fed minutes. Upper right-hand corner, the mega caps are trying to do an inverse head and shoulders that would target the second blue line on top. So it's a drum roll. They're trying to fight the biggest seller to get to this one and that one. That's a beautiful battle, folks. You tuned in. 640 is the biggest magnet. So they're tag teaming. The only big numbers are showing up at 40 and 39. Please be on notice that these comments on the numbers from that little table you see on my screen are unreliable. This is the first day of testing. But they do jive with what I'm looking at outside of that. The path to the upside is filled with sellers. It's not going to be easy to make money off of calls at this point. If you're buying calls for a shot to 642, it's not going to be easy. And if you get there, you're going to meet a wall of sellers. So if you're long calls, fine. The green M says you can be, you hit target 1. If you're looking for target 2, which is 641.50, target 3 is 641.80 eyeball. Don't overstay your welcome. It's not going to be easy. Like don't expect we're going to have a breakout from 642 that takes us to 43.50 with ease. Scalp, scalp, scalp. I would not be holding puts. I expressed that. Even though we can go to the letter X, for me, I don't have that much of an edge. Unless something else shows up, and I have my eyes open for that. SPY. All I see now is that the drop has created, 640.8, a 15-second target, 640.8. So tiny dip to that green line. That's about the only thing I see, maybe. And that's splitting hairs. They're trying to get a bullish target from a 5-minute or higher time frame, but I think they need to get to 639.40 for that. So what I'm saying is, if we get to that X down there, we would be close to hunting a point D on a harmonic that would trigger a bounce to 641.40. So everything is lining up for a story that we might have a dip to that X. Which put would you buy? 642. It's $1.50. 641 could work. Medium conviction, not high conviction, because that's speculation. The 641 put is too cheap. It's 84 cents. I don't like cheap calls and puts. What do you need, Maria? Give me my money back. What does Maria need? Lower or higher? Because we can make a call. We'll make that happen. Oh, that kind of money. Okay, so you and me. Cheers, Maria. Okay, 640.8 came and left. And if they click another lower low, for sure the algos will say, okay, let's go to the measure move. Enough with this dicking around. They did click a lower low. All right, 640, 639 are the highest numbers. That's where we're going? Interesting. That negative sign is whacking me out. That's my only concern, the negative sign. If it shows up on the bottom, below current price, I'd be so 640. Like if a negative sign shows up on the 639, then I would say, okay, I don't need to do an absolute value on it. But it only seems to show up on the call side. Okay, so I don't hedge VIX calls, Jamie. I don't let them age. So if I own VIX calls and they get to be 30 DTEs, I just close them and reopen a fresh trade out to 60. And depends on the situation. Most often, I don't increase the level of risk unless I'm digging my heels in. November 18, 15 calls. Yes, I own those. Yeah, but you're not buying calls on the VIX to break even. You're buying calls on the VIX to protect against the holy shit moment, right? So it's not going to stop at 21. When you say 21 break even, it doesn't work that way. It's either at 40 or it's not. Yes, if you're hedging against the black swan, all you need to know is that you need to own some VIX because black swans shoot the VIX up to 40, 50, 60, and 90. So all you need to be is long at the money. Okay, it took a minute, but we're there. Oh, my table's disappeared. Bummer. It said, job done, I got you to 640, I'm out. Okay. The puts, 30% on the second put. If you bought the 641 put, you made 30%. That's $25, $26. That was pretty quick. And we can bring in a little happy face to say, cha-ching, we got this target-ish. Let's see if they can stop the bleeding there, or are they going to full tilt to here? I'll tell you why this is possible. This broadening wedge, they lost it. In theory, there's this much downside, and eyeball is somewhere on the X. Thank you. Oh, you're gone. Sellers, 641. 641, there are some sellers, so I can lower this red thing a little bit here. So now the low pressure area, 640, there are hardly any buyers at 640, so I don't want you to feel comfortable with this, except to say that we might be exploring lower prices. Okay, so these guys definitely did not take out the resistance, and now they're retesting support. Short-term comments only, not for tomorrow. And here, what we are looking for is 9, a rebound. Oh boy. Sorry about that. They just clicked another lower low. And this is the stopping point of that green M. In other words, this descending wedge where they expected a bounce, they're saying maybe we'll start it from a lower part. I'll tell you what, I'm going to zoom out for a second and go to this chart. This is the SPX, nice clean cut, not a lot of lines. This white box is the straddle from Monday's open. So that's basically what the market makers were expecting for a range until Friday. Last one from last week, we got to the top and we kind of respected the top. But we got to the top in one day. So maybe we're getting to test the lower end of it. I expect some support as we approach 6,410, 6,405. I expect 6,380 to be okay. That would just fill, I don't know if this can be considered a gap. This battle zone, this is definitely a gap, but because of this, it's kind of a wonky area. So what am I saying? This is a Swiss cheese SPX chart where anything is possible. Look at this crap. Look, you can drive a bus through all of this and do donuts as you're going through all of this and not touch anything. This doesn't happen for the SPX. That's just not good stuff. So they need to go through and clean that stuff up. So if we drift towards 6,400, 6,370 would be part of normal price action. In fact, going down to 6,320 would be just basically the golden zone of this rally, just to show the buy the dip mentality that at some point it doesn't work perfectly and it'll be super freaking painful if you don't pay attention. The target is met perfectly. This was scientifically drawn on Head and Shoulders. 642 sellers are now 3 times stronger than before. So rallies are definitely not going to help. I told you this tool is freaking foolproof when we're trying to make a decision which is easier, calls or puts. And every day we have been able to say calls will not make money, puts will not make money. Yesterday was a little difficult because the chart was large and it was back and forth, back and forth. There was no trend. On trend days, I have emphatic, confident statements. Don't own calls with confidence here. So hopefully we can stop the people from doing the wrong thing at least. And if you don't do the wrong thing, you only can make money. I think I said yesterday that on the ES, we had a target below 6450 and we hit that today. And I said, but that can trigger something that would make us lose 6,400. So we are at 6435, 36, 37 right now on the ES. So we are basically 3 SPY dollars away from that situation. I didn't think it would happen in one day because we haven't seen a really red day in a while, especially for no reason. Like, I don't think anybody said anything. There was no catalyst for it. In fact, there was nothing but good news overnight. They said they met with the European Union people and they named everybody Zelensky and company. There was France and whoever was representing Europe. And they agreed to, guess what, just meet again. So they didn't cuss at each other. It didn't end as ugly as the last time Zelensky came to the White House. So I think this meeting was just to repair the relationship between the White House and Zelensky, nothing more, nothing less. So job done there. And now they scheduled another meeting where they can actually meet for some other reason. I don't know why. And then after that, Trump will arrange a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. And then after that, Trump says, if that goes well, we will all three of us meet at the same time. I don't know why they want to do that. Okay, so that conversation is, I wonder why you would make it in two steps, why you would have them meet all by themselves and then you would put yourself in there. Anyway, so that's the plan. I thought that was not bad news and there was no relief from it. That was interesting. Oh, he wore a suit this time? You're kidding. That's disrespectful. He comes to the White House in a jumpsuit, and when he meets with the Europeans, he wears a suit. That's interesting. Okay. Nuance. Nuance. Okay. 641, there should be some sellers. From the charts perspective, let's move these lines or create some new ones. There aren't any open candles here, so there's no need to go all the way up here, but I'll put a line here, I guess. There's no need. There's no open candles in here. Maybe 640.8. Remember, these are 15-second candles. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Hold on. Somebody's butt dialing me. He did not wear a suit to the White House. Did they meet at the White House? Oh, yes, they did. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, but it's still, when he met with the president of the US, well, sport coat, I'll take it. Okay. I really don't care. I didn't make a big deal out of it, but the media did. They want to sell tickets. This candle matters right there. You see it? And this stick right here matches it up if you want to see a closer look of it. This one and this one. $640.8 matters. Every line matters on the way back up now. It's desperate situation. This a big red. So that green line, I didn't draw that green line. That's an automatic drawing. So it must be Fibonacci level because that's drawn by the harmonics chart. Okay, thank you. That's decent. That's a good presentable outfit. 640.8. That green line. All right, as far as sellers, at 642, there are a lot of sellers. 641, there should be some, but not a lot. There's 6 times as many sellers at 42. So you could push up before you hit that red box. There's not a lot of buyers though. So it's easy to drift lower. I wouldn't have enough confidence to buy puts here. They are selling rallies and making lower lows. But I think we've released enough red energy that the put concept is stretching it right now. Also, the VIX is stabilized, and all of this. This is the worst. This is the worst day in a while, and the VIX cannot take out the highs from Monday. That's just crap. So this is about somebody getting trapped. So be careful being too bearish. I am staying bearish. I am not adding longs. I still think my thesis over the next few months, we are in a topping formation, not necessarily a V, but if I'm looking to invest $1 million, I wouldn't put it in the market. I would do what Buffett is doing, which is get 5% on it from somewhere else and sit on it until we get a dip that is creating some value. There might be little pieces. He took a bite of UNH because it's 1/3 of the price it was a few months ago. But if you hear him, he's had a couple of interviews now and in previous cycles when we were at all-time highs. He says, as long as I'm getting 5%, I'm not getting in. What he says is be cautious when nobody else is, and be brave when everybody else is cautious. You remember 2008 or 9 when the market bottomed at 666 on the SPX? Mark Haynes says the Mark Haynes bottom. Yeah, I bet you Buffett was loading up on everything under the sun, selling puts galore, buying calls, buying shares, buying companies. Yeah, he would be doing that because he uses traditional investing ideas. He doesn't Momo anything. Okay, so if we go to 640.8, we would trigger a measured move to 641.20. So that white arrow I did back there, you would have an upside. I'm going to give it this much. That is possible, but what you need to overcome the sellers here. Yeah, it's not it's not like perfectly accurate. That's the upside potential of said cup and handle in the making. Now you have the inverse going on. So don't say I'm buying a call because Nick put an arrow up. No, I put an arrow up telling you that if we overcome the green line, the target is 641.1. That's what that arrow's for. It doesn't say we're going there. It says if we get to 640.8, your potential upside that you will do in such a manner, you pop, you drop, you come back, and you finish the job. That's the path that might unfold, but you need to get above it. So you either buy a call on the dip for that, or you let them pop and you buy a call on the dip after the fact. I'm not the guy that likes to buy into a prior fail. Our motto is look left to trade right. If I look left and ask this guy, what happened the last time you bought a call? And you go, oh my gosh, I lost some money. So not the right idea, but you can still make money. And if you miss it, you miss it. In case you're missing it, it's right under the white arrow. This is where the resistance is. That is a significant number enough that the machine drew it all by itself. My line is a little bit higher. It's based on this guy, maybe. Okay. Notice where I said this candle is important, this one. Okay, so that's what they're fighting over right now, in case you didn't know. Like if they drop below 640.6, they would have lost this candle again, or falling into the base of it. You'd ask yourself, what the hell is going on? So if you're a person that wants that blue squiggly I just drew, you would be buying a call right now. You see, I told you, you either wait for the breakout and you buy a call on the dip, and that's where you'll be buying that call in order to get back to 641.10. I'm not so sure they can do it, but that would be the process. Buy a call on this dip. Alicia, yes, I can. 640.6 would be a disappointment. We're at 640.64 because you don't want to lose this. In fact, let's make it different. The same candle I just mentioned earlier, I said it's important. Don't lose it. If you lose it, that blue path is no bueno. AMD trade What is the expiration, just so I know, make sure that we're talking about the same thing? September, right? Right? Okay. So it's totally safe. What's your question? I took mine at 190. I gave you one at 191, or you took the 191. Mine is at 190. My sold call in AMD is at 190, and I would, if I wasn't short AMD at 190, I could be short today. The only caveat I'm going to tell you about it is NVIDIA reports in 10 days, and less actually, 7 days. So you need to pay attention to that trade. So how about you come to me tomorrow and the day after, so we can keep a check on it. The trade is green. It is 25% of maximum gains. If you're a little bit nervous about it, you can book it. Yours should be green too. Does that help? Okay, the sellers at 642 are still there. 641 small. There are no buyers below. So that's why you can't see the green bar. I took it out of the screen. There are no buyers here per my read of the options. So I would not hold a call with confidence. And now they need to hold 640.35. Yes, I have the same one, Royston. But what I was telling Alicia, she's asking in private, next week, NVIDIA will move the entire market up or down. I have no idea. Specifically, stocks that look like it. So anything that's in the SMH or the XLK is liable to move with NVIDIA up or down. I have no idea. I respect NVIDIA enough for them to say, you know what? Remember what we did in 2023? We said we're going to grow 40% in 3 months. We're going to say we're going to do something similar to it, not quite 40% in 3 months, but maybe 40% in 6 months or a year from robotics. Or maybe they'll say we see a huge opportunity in robotics, therefore we're going to dedicate X percent of my capex, capital expenditures, to develop our robots to look like humanoids or whatever. In other words, when they have $4 trillion of market cap and they have all the technology and they're not a fab company, literally the sky is the limit. But you know what they don't have? A rose gold iPhone. That's they need to come out with a new color for their whatever the name of that CPU GPU. Zing. That's for Tim Cook. I couldn't keep a straight face while I was saying it. What say you? Should we continue streaming on Twitter? Do we get credit for it? Is that called engagement on Twitter? I sure hope so. Will that move the metrics? You know, to get monetized on YouTube, it's a big hurdle. You need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 of watched minutes, but it's attainable. I got it done. On Twitter, oh my gosh, the hurdles to get monetized so you can make money from Twitter. You get paid like if you post, you make money off your post per impression. Whew. First of all, you all are going to have to help. 7,000 followers. I only have 609 verified, and the rest are not paying anything. No blue check marks, no nothing. They need, what is it? 5,000 or some ridiculous number. It's pretty high. And then they need something like 5 million impressions in every 3 months. Yeah, I'm not even nowhere near that. So maybe this is the way we build up the viewership. Look at you engaging with me up there. I appreciate it. Clearly, this did not play out. They did not take the neckline, confirm it. So, like I said, crossing over does not make a breakout. This candle was important. This one was important, and they went back below it. So they did their job. We'll take the smiley face out. Now, folks, if you make a lower low on the day, remember when I said if you lose my orange box, you're going to lose, we did the math, 639.8, 639.5 is the target. Okay, let me give you another target. You losing that will create an immediate target just from the shoulder. Sorry, yeah, the shoulder they just lost this much. That confirms the other target. But indeed, the target, if they confirm the loss of this, is as high as the cup, which is the high this week. So if you look left, where's the cup? What was the high? 644, perfect round number. If indeed 641, 639.20, the loss of this. You see that one here? Now that I'm looking at it, neckline lost here, couldn't recover here. 639.20 is the target from this loss. Okay, so following up with that logic, if indeed this is a new trigger lower, the target down from here is $3.20 from here. So 637s, give or take, would be the target. They're in the process of trying to confirm it. So how do you confirm it? You go below here, you get to my X, and you cannot take out 641. You get to the X and you cannot take out 641. That would confirm it. This served its purpose. That was fantastic. Remember that wedge? I said, although it's opportunity, you better not lose it because you're going to get shellacked. All right, so everything has been met except that X. Let's look at the buyers. Still no buyers anywhere below. This box is not here. How about the sellers? They're as low as 641. I'll put it here. So bounces are not going to be easy. And look at this group. They just lost another ledge. They need a bounce stat. These guys said, no, I can't do it. I cannot believe the elasticity of the small caps today. You know, it showed huge breakout, big engulfing candle to the upside, and then now it's leading to the downside. I said that yesterday. The IWM will try to go up, and then if it changes its mind, it turns around and heads south, and it exceeds the S&P, and which is what it did. It's falling now faster than the S&P. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? The dogs are going crazy. I have to shut the door. Okay, so solid bounce. These guys are doing their best. If they can collectively make progress against this 50% retracement of something, I don't remember what this is about. Maybe it's the 512 breakout. Is it possible? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's a 50% retracement of something. So it's not a coincidence that they're treating it as such today. So there's a lot riding on the mega caps right now. They need to make a push. Look how well stocks and the DIA are holding up. So there's no fear. There's no registered fear. How many lower lows have we done today? Not one higher high with regards to what they did yesterday morning. Clearly, today is worse than yesterday in the stock market. Yet the VIX is miles below the markers they put in yesterday. Something is broken in the VIX. $641 sellers are there. They're not huge, but they're definitely there. So this is a not because of this. It's because of these. This more of a zone starts here, ends here. So I'll put it right in the middle. No. It's broken the way it's registering. Like if you use the logic of fear, so today fear should be higher than a day that was stronger, right? So today the market is miles below yesterday. The VIX is also miles below yesterday. So this doesn't make sense. It's illogical. I know the VIX is measured by fear or premiums put into the options a month from now, but this logic never worked like this before. This is something new. It's probably the advent of the zero DTEs, where market makers now can express their concern every day. So in order to be worried about the future, they can use zero DTEs to get that accomplished, or 1 or 2 or 3 DTEs. So if somebody wants to really measure fear, they'll have to find a logic. I'm not interested with that VX1 and VX9 that they developed, or whatever that's called. I wasted my life watching those for 3 months, and I was like, I don't think so. Remember those new things they developed last year? Maybe one day we'll figure them out and see how we can incorporate them. Is anything falling into support so we can go trade? Like if I go here and open this and flip this to descending, I don't know who Figma is. You guys tell me. If you see anything on this list that is interesting, CoreWeave we're already in. Palantir, hell no. Symbotic, still too high. MSTR, not for me. I made money and walked away. ALAB, still high. Hood, not in a million years. Crackle, we're already long. Aplovan, definitely not touching that guy. AMD, we're already in. Vertiv, okay, Vertiv. What's the story here? What does this guy do? Engages design, manufacturing, service, critical digital infrastructure and technology, data centers. All right, so that's right in the thick of things. Vertiv, is that good? Raghu would answer. He knows. Raghu, is that your style of company? The trend is amazing. The level is not. It'll be a trade against support. Sheesh. Yeah, no. No. They cool data centers, or the interest in data centers is cooled? What are you trying to say there? Okay, so I called out this zone as a target from here to 639.4, provided we lose Nick's orange box, and we did. So this is half of it. All of it would mean we would lose 639 aggressively. Okay. Whether we do it or not, we'll see. Let's look at the spreadsheet from Excel. Nothing has changed except that the volume of sellers at 641 are now bigger. So don't hold calls with confidence. And if you do, scalp, scalp, scalp. I wonder if I can revive my platform here. Yay. Okay. I can live with that if I have to just wake it up every 10 minutes. 638, the biggest number. 639 was the biggest number earlier. We're getting there. We haven't had big numbers on top yet. So look for yellow and red. Those are the magnets. Well, let me take this back. I don't know. I think those are the magnets. Why do I think? I built this. I promise you I did. But I don't think the data is accurate because it is miles away from my actual data that I know is accurate that's in my spreadsheet. So I'm just trying to interpret these numbers. If they serve the same purpose, who cares if they're accurate or not as far as data, if they tell us the right things? So big numbers or magnet, the bigger, the better the magnet. We'll see. What is that? Daniel, that's an interesting chart. Relative under to performance. Relative to what? To Bitcoin? Oh, 1 day. Okay, yeah. I was going to say XRP is at all-time highs. What do you mean? Okay, that's a cool representation. Can you change the time frame on it? Because then it would be investment thesis. Like if you can give me the last 30 days or the last 2 weeks, this will identify areas of interest. ARM, what about it, Shivam? Something to trade on the long side? Is that what you're answering? Okay, so you can go long into NVIDIA's earnings as long as you leave room for error. The markets have never been higher. We only have one red tick. This is just one red tick. FinViz is fantastic. They have so many data slices. Yes, we can. Are you looking for a trade? Let me see if I can find you one. Let's go see if ARM has enough. Like, I don't mind owning ARM shares. Selling puts into a falling market, a falling ticker, that's good. If you can find a support zone you would take share in, like for example, let's see if there's enough premium into September. There is. So let's look at ARMs. ARMs. This is ARM. Wonky company. I have to tell you, a statement from their CEO scares the bejesus out of me. He said it casually. He said, we're looking into making something. What? What do you mean? Making something. What are you gonna make? Give us a hint. So, oh, we lost our box. Look at that. 637 is coming into view right now. 39 is still flashing the largest, 38 as well. And 37 is coming into view. Okay, we'll give it a minute. What if I change it to only one bar? It's better than nothing. No. Okay, this is a memory thing with TradingView. I'm sorry. Year to date? Okay, perfect. I will open it and study it after hours. So XRP, like I said, what do you mean? XRP is kicking Fanny. SOL is dragging. I knew that. I don't track the other ones. So ADA, I used to be long ADA, not anymore. So I'm like a Solana, Ripple, and Ether person. So I'm on the winning side. I'm in good balance. Thank you for this visual. I really appreciate it. There's nothing for me to do. If you guys know of a new coin I need to pay attention to, I'll put it on my to-do list. I need functioning coins and something that has a good, like if you give me the link, yeah, you guys mentioned link. I will do that. Okay, the VIX, finally some life. It is now at, if you noticed, Sunday night, Monday morning, the VIX spiked, gapped up. And now the VIX futures are also spiking to levels from yesterday. So now they're back in style, both together in lockstep. And you need the VIX to get to 16. And I think there's a fail at 16.5 from a few days before it. So it's not a big change. It's just a spike in fear. The industrials completely gave up the ghost. Remember, they were super strong earlier, and how impressed I was with, say, the GE. And now they're off at the base. Same with the XLF. The XLF, super spike, super drop. They gave it all up. The XLI, almost all. The XLP, that's a defensive stock, is at the highs of the day. So Apple strong, XLP strong, VIX spiking. That's a cautious market. I wonder what they're afraid of. Is there something on the schedule in the next couple of days? I don't understand. This could be the mother of all bear traps. So don't add bearish positions here. Read the morning note. It was extensive. It's very specific. If you expect anything other than buy the dip and make a higher high, you're anticipating a change before you have proof of it's happening. You could be right, but chances are you're wrong because that's what's been happening for more than 2 months. So expect a rebound and act on it. For example, if you had a credit call spread that expires soon and it was deep red and today it's green, close it. Reopen another one that will continue being short without being punished if we bounce tomorrow. Buddy called me last night. What is J595? $1.2 billion this year. That's 1% of their debt. A robot from Apple, I will sell you that call. That guy can't even deliver a headphone on time. Unless he's just investing in a company that's doing it, that guy doesn't know how to do any of that. So I will sell you that call on Apple. Which call do you want to buy, sir? They have all the money and all the engineers and all the power and the infrastructure to do whatever they want to do, and the best clients on the planet. The absolute best clients on the planet. That's the Apple robot? Is that real or is that somebody's mock-up? Because my dog will eat that robot. How big is that thing? Share it in public. Come on. Notice how they're trying to take back my X. There you go. Is that a real thing, or is this somebody's speculation on Instagram? It's real as the robot from Tesla, which I believe is fake 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Apple insiders say nothing, by the way. The one thing that Apple knows how to do is keep a secret. I give him that. But hey, it's a great company. Great company. Getting less great by the minute. Okay. All right. So maybe he knows something. I'll keep an open mind and I'll keep on the watch for news on robotics from Apple. That would be fantastic. Up until now, everything pivots around the Apple iPhone, and it would be great if they introduce a robot. It would be amazing. First of all, so much fun for the world. I would buy one. And he beats Elon. Okay, I have a new line for you. If I'm long, I'd be exiting into that blue line. If you bought a call and you're making money, exit. Tutor for yeah, no, my big dog will eat that. My little dog will fight it to death, but the big dog will eat it. I learned something new about dogs, so now I understand the behavior. If I'm walking both dogs together, one giant shepherd and one small Australian shepherd, cattle dog, if they see another dog, my big dog doesn't react. The little one wants to react. If he barks at the other dog, and the shepherd doesn't bark with him, he turns and bites him, nips at him. He's like, "What's the matter? Bark." Yesterday, he turned to bite me. He puts his nose on my leg, and then I can see his eyes go up, and he goes, "Oh crap! No, I'm not biting this guy," and backed up. And it's like, "Oh boy, did you get lucky?" He was this close. He thought about it for like a second. He looks up, and I can see his eyeballs. He's like, "Nope." I didn't say a thing, but he just didn't bite. It's called policing. This breed does it. It's part of their instinct. They bite at your heels, at your ankles, and they police. If somebody's not acting in the best interest of the herd, they get them in shape. Like, why aren't you barking, defending against these coyotes? They bite you. That's pretty interesting. I was getting upset with him, and now I'm not, because I understand what he's doing. It's his instinct. He doesn't hurt, he just nips. But then he does it to the shepherd, and the shepherd loses his mind, and he sounds like Cujo about to eat him. People would look for everywhere. It's like, what the hell kind of dog do you have there? I promise you it's normal. Nobody got injured. Okay, so keep your eye on GE. Either going to reverse to the lows of the day, or it's going to shoot up to 272-ish. I vote that is too much, so maybe the downside is easier. Look at so ARM. We were talking about ARM. That's how we got distracted. So if you want to trade ARM into NVIDIA's earnings, that is an easy way of going long NVIDIA indirectly. Don't sell puts closer to 128. It's 135 now. For September, the monthly expiration, which has 31 days on the clock. If I wanted to own shares in ARM, this is not a trade alert to Twitter. This is not a trade alert. This is me talking concepts. If I wanted to buy shares at 135, I would rather buy shares at 120. And for that opportunity, I can get paid today $180, $170. Somebody today will pay me $170 to buy their shares at 120. And all I have to do is just wait. And if they don't give me their shares, I keep my cash. I can tell you that there's downside pressure in ARM, and it could be down to that level. So if you're nervous about it, start with a credit put spread instead. So the idea of going long at 120, you can put it to action, but sell a put and buy a put lower to protect yourself. So you can do it at $5 or $10 wide. If you do it $10 wide, you can collect $120 as opposed to $170. But why is that important? Let's say the market crashes and ARM goes to 80. So now you only lose $900, period, end of story. Worst case scenario, under. Versus if a market crashes, God forbid, ARM goes to 90, you're on the hook from 120. Actually, 118.3, because you got paid at 120, 1.7. So then you're on the hook long shares from 120 or 118.3 break even point. So you would be down $1,800 and counting. So you start with a credit put spread and then you make it a sold put. But so I started on a tangent saying that it worries me when the CEO is that general. There is no buyer here. So what do you mean making something hopefully years from now, and hopefully you have an idea what, and you're just not telling us? $638 is the biggest number. So I wonder if you're hunting 638. And now it's 639. 639. Wow, wouldn't that be fantastic if I can make this stick and it's actually working? We can't say that it's working one day. This is a trend day. Whatever is going is going. We need to test it on up days, down days, sideways days, chop days. And I have to revisit the math and see what I need to do about this negative number. This is me wading into some Pine script. Just got paper handed by those who bought up highs. Yeah. They were fair warned. I screamed my head off. And, great company. But you know that investor in Palantir is unsophisticated, because not too long ago, they were buying puts from us at $9 to break even at $7.40. I remember that. And then here it is at 180. The same people probably that bought the puts are buying the shares at 180. So you know how I have an acronym, NOPE? Nope. That was like the definition of nope. Awesome company, but it's definitely nope. Not an obvious point of entry. NOPE. The definition of it. Palantir. But now other people are saying it. I saw at least 2 articles about it. One of them even said barchart.com or barcharts. The headline said, I didn't click on it, so I don't know what it said inside. It was on Twitter, come up in my stream on X. The most expensive stock in history. It was that, like way more than what I say. I say it's the most expensive stock in the S&P. The most expensive stock I have seen, it and Zoom during the 2021 peak, Zoom Video, was also 125, 130 price to sales. Price to sales, that is an absolute metric. There's no forecast in it. There's nothing. What have you done in sales? What is the stock price per? And what have you done sales per? And it's a metric. There's no forecast. Nobody's making a judgment call. It's fact. So it's a matter of math. You can say price to forward sales. So that would mean that you're putting a number that is theoretical, forward sales. They're saying, okay, we did $1 billion this quarter. Next quarter, we're going to do $1.010 billion. That's the price to forward sales. That number is lower because the forward sales are higher, right? They're growing. Somebody says, okay, they grew 35%. So next time they did $1 billion now. Next time it's going to be $1.35 billion. So the same stock price divided by a bigger number comes up with a smaller ratio. So it looks less expensive, but it's still in the 80s or the 70s. 70 times. That's still 3 times more than NVIDIA's current price to sales. So anyway, other people are talking about it. So now suddenly it's not a buy. We'll see. I mean, that stock is, don't count it out. Do you remember, if you're old enough, there's a company called iOmega. Well, there isn't now, there was then. These guys remind me of iOmega. Better business concept now, of course, than iOmega. But iOmega was a big fight. Apple at one point was a big fight. And it was in social media, but on TV, basically, because social media wasn't that. It was like what were they called? Not bulletin boards, something boards. Message boards. BBS, yes, that's what it was. That was our version of social media. I tried to start one. Didn't work. I did sell the business for $1,000. I don't know. When was that? Where was I? So I was an internet entrepreneur. I had a catchy name, but it was hard to say. You know how you say left click on the mouse and right click? I had rightclicks.com. Somebody bought it from me for like $1,000. Yes, they low ticked again, just barely. If you squint, you can see a lower low. Look at that descending wedge on XLF and XLI. The biggest disappointment today is they pushed so hard this morning and they yanked the indices by the ear, caught a lot of bulls chasing. We didn't chase because we had sellers, and then the sellers disappeared for a second, but we had levels, and then we had a forecast to the downside, and it played out, and then again, then became a trend day, and now it's hard. There are no buyers below. So Traditick was wrong. Our data was right. That's 2 days in a row. I love that. People in the live, I logged in about 20 minutes. So in about 20 minutes, you might lose my screen. Actually, 15, 20 minutes. Don't leave. I will immediately come back and log back in. This is an exciting day. I'm trying to send out a bullish trade. I'm going to have to be very picky. What was that stock earlier we talked about? We can do an iron condor on, like get bullish, but also short it. Anybody remember the ticker? I don't want to send out another bearish trade. Definitely not on a red day. Yeah, they're stuck on those. The VIX is almost higher than yesterday's gap up. Almost. Not quite. Let me go see how much the premium in the VIX calls are now. It just gives us the body language of what they intend on doing with this sucker. Let's save that. Okay, now I'm back to being green. I was down 2.6% earlier. Now it's green. I was up this much and more 2 days ago. What am I talking about? Every morning I suggest to buy VIX calls these days. And I suggested owning the $15 calls for October. That's an example. It has 64 days on the clock. I think yesterday I said you can even use November, and you can use $16 November. Beep. On what? 226 IWM. I don't remember why I did that. Oh, it's getting real. Oh, snap. we're down 1.4% on the Nasdaq. We're down 1 on the IWM. We're down 0.7. The Dow, probably red by now. IWM. Beeped at me. Okay, this one. Okay, so in theory, let's talk IWM. So the IWM is losing the support from the 15th and the day before it. So 14, 15. So they have a chance to bounce back up. If they don't come back to 227.50 or 228, they are in danger of going down $3. So going down to 223. Let's see how critical that is. Okay, we have open candles down there. So that would be normal price action. So for the next few hours, the IWM needs a bounce to 228. Otherwise, expect it in the 223 or sub 224 or retesting 224. So don't buy calls in the IWM unless you're scalping from point A to point B. You might have more downside. That's what just happened or is happening. It's not guaranteed. You need them not to break back above 228. And there should be sellers here. I wonder if that tool works on the IWM too. Where can I find it? X2 factor. It don't work. $225 as a magnet, according to this. Dang, imagine this is actually working. Ooh-wee, it's exciting just to work on it. Okay, this green M, target 1 is 639.30, target 2 is 639.60. There are sellers at 640. We forgot to move this. 641 super strong. And they could be down to 640, so I'll put them at 640.5. So don't hang on to calls with confidence. They are selling rallies. And if you just copy paste, that's what you should expect happens. They buy the dip, but then they make a lower low. And they buy the dip and they make a lower low. So expect a lower low until they hit a floor. So this is what's been going on. At some point they stop. So expect downside. This says 225 as a target. Let's see if it goes there. It could be a coincidence because we are in free fall. So we will watch it for a few days on up days and down days and see how well it performs. My issue is that it disappears off the screen because of the buffer. I don't think it's my machine. I have plenty of RAM. I guess I can shut down some programs in case. No, plenty of RAM. 30%, 40% capacity. I'm so thirsty, but I don't want to leave the room. Where's my drone? Jeeves, send in the drone. Nothing. God, tough room. Dang. Is this thing on? Okay, so these guys might catch a bid for a bounce. They're trying to hold the floor from this morning. So this morning, the indices fell apart a little bit because of a drop in Microsoft, which went across all the mega caps after a minute or two. And all the money dumped into these two things, XLF and XLI. and then we took off. Look at this ride. And now they priced it all back out. So they might bounce. So here's the kicker though. If this bounce fails, if they're able to bounce or not able to bounce and they fail, they'll have one more burst. And if they can't do it, they're going to do this until they get down to a level that means something, which is the base from yesterday. Not the end of the world, but in the absence of champions here, that means we go down to 637.5. So 225, we're still hanging around the 226 on this one. Let's go down to 3 minutes here. Oh, dang it. We lost our table. No, we didn't. Awesome. Okay, there should be sellers at 226.5 on the IWM. Should be. I'm not looking at it so intently. I do have information on it also from my table, which I haven't gone there yet. Let's see here. I need a wider monitor. Buyers 228. 228. $228 sellers. So 227. Nope. There are no buyers below the IWM, so it's easier to drop than to rally. That is also the case in the QQQ, but there's no sellers above. Like the QQQ can bounce unhindered because it's fallen so much. So the sellers are not until 573 and 4, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, same story with the SPY too. So yes, there are sellers at 640, but they are 1/3 at the 641. At 642, they're 5 times bigger, 4 or 5 times bigger, and bigger yet at the 43. So you have room to bounce on everything a little bit, but there definitely are sellers. Like you can bounce into this. I'm going to bring this one over to here for tomorrow because yes, they will try to bounce. I'm going to copy it and bring it to here to see where it... Okay, this one still is perfect in here. So these are 2 potential spots, and this one matches up with the X. I'm going to delete the X. Actually, I'm going to move it to the right so we can have a visual as to what was our target on the way down. I love trend days. They're so easy to trade when you have tools like ours. Look how symmetrical they are and consistent. And then you will have a super spike in one of the mega caps and it takes us to high heaven. NVIDIA's sharp descent makes it viable for a sharp snapback rally. It has the fundamentals. It has the earnings coming up. I think last time on earnings, it dropped a little, no? And then rallied. The VIX failed to break out. They got to the line and they said, no, not yet. Let's just linger a little bit. And if it does break out, it can go to 17. I just needed to hold a green day. That's all I needed. Hold a green day. All right, so what should we go long? I'm going to have to open a window somewhere else and do the homework on the side. Nice bounce here. The 639.80 is the target on this bounce, the immediate target, 639.80. So if I was long calls, I would exit. If not here, at 639.80. So as I enter the zone of 639.80, I would exit. So if I bought a call and I made 20%, I would be happy with that. Now, if you have something on your chart that says we're going to 641, please follow that. I'm just giving you 15 seconds at a time. Potential sellers here and 639.80 because that is a potential target. This is also target 1 and 2 on this green M. You see that green M? This was exactly target 2. And this right here is exactly target 1. Let's see if they hold it. And they don't just price it back all the way back to 639. Can you check Nike level for this week? Sure. I'll do it on a different chart, and then I'll come back to you. Ooh. Yeah, Nike is a short for me overall. The super spike was redonk. It's an ascending channel. It's in the bottom end of the ascending channel, just like the market. If they want to buy the dip, this is the zone they buy the dip at. It's best if they hold 76.5. Stronger support at 75.5 and 75. Resistance, as they approach 77.8, they should find resistance. 77.8, 77.85. Is that good enough? Hopefully that helps. Did you write them down or do you need to see it? Resistance. You have support here, but better support here. So 76 to 77.8. Those are the important ranges. You lose 77.8, you lose 76, you have better support into 75.5 and 75.3. Is that good? You shouldn't be buying anywhere here. That I wouldn't touch Nike at these levels. So Nike fell into the pandemic lows when the markets couldn't make any highs. For as long as this gap is open, I wouldn't touch Nike. So Nike says break out from 80 or revisit 67. I don't want to touch it. Now, if you have the thesis that the market is going to go up to 660, then Nike has the opportunity to break out from 80. If you want to trade it, not invest in it, you can hold it long for that prospect of breaking out from 80. Sell a put spread, buy a call spread would be the method. If you're looking to invest in it, whether you do it tomorrow or 2 days from now or yesterday, it's going to be about the same decision. You're buying it after a huge spike. Why didn't you have the courage to buy it at 60? I'm not being critical. This is what I would be asking myself. Dang it, Nick, you had the opportunity to buy it in the 50s, in the 60s, in the mid 60s, in the low 70s, and now you're waiting to get long it. That would be me talking to myself. And if I look left, this is where it fell apart last time. So yes, it's a breakout opportunity. So buy the next dip, which you can put into action right now by selling a put spread. That's basically buying the next dip. And then buying a call spread to capture the upside. And I don't think there's an emergency unless it has an earnings announcement. You see how they're falling into this candle? Okay, it's not the end of the world, but look how closely they're retracing this, whatever happened before. They did not need to come down all the way here, but they are coming down a little bit more aggressively than they should on the SPY. I think the target right here is 76.95 for Nike for today. If you're looking for it, that's really slicing and dicing for Nike. All right, back to the SPY. 639.80 should have been an easy mark. Let's see if they go for it. Now they're tossing the coin. Do we trigger another new low or what? So now if they get to 639.80, they would indeed trigger a cup and handle that gives them 640.4. There are still some sellers at 640, but they're shrinking in size. They're not small, but they're shrinking. So the bulls have an opportunity. Maybe this disappears when they get to X digits. Maybe I need to half the amounts to keep the digits low. Because these have not disappeared at all, I don't think. This one disappears. So it must be a volume thing. Why only one line? Oh, because it goes in fives. Okay. Drum roll, inverse head and shoulders. You see it? Okay, let's quantify the opportunity. This doesn't say we go up. It says if we go up, we're going to measure move this bad boy, which is basically reversing the process of triggering a head and shoulders. This red W says we dip one more time. And look, they made progress. Maybe, just maybe, they're rounding bottom right now. Maybe this is wrong right now. Okay, maybe. We don't know yet. What we know is that we could drop to here, and that should be the extent of the drop. The bulls cannot afford to do more than this. So if you drop a little bit, you come up to the X, that's what you should do. Anywhere between 639.80 or higher, I will be out. There are still sellers at 640, but not nearly as large. Okay, so that might be a little bit aggressive. I'll pull that back a little bit. Is this mine? Yes. I don't remember what that is. I'll just move it over. No need for that. Four-hour triggered IWM holding next day. It's triggered what? Downside? Okay, from here, the easy. Okay, so I did discuss IWM in length. I would imagine if we close here, they're going to attempt to bounce hard. That's what they do. And if they don't, that would be the first sign of change. But I believe we would see that inside the day. Like today, they're selling rallies. We're seeing it on a 15-second chart. Now, after the bell rings and I'm quiet, I will zoom out. If I start seeing the same thing at 5 minutes, 15 minutes, now we're talking 2-3 days. 30 minutes or 60 minutes, now we're talking a full week swing. And now that a conversation we can relay to people that are not here in simple terms, saying things have changed over the last few days. We don't have that evidence. I'm just saying how the process would work. For now, you should bank on a higher high this week. You would be safe. You should go long tactically against support lines. What? That's why I'm asking. I need your help finding support zones in tickers you like. I don't need them to be into earnings, and I need them to be into interim support. They don't have to be all-time support. We're not doing long swings. Like for me, if I wanted to trade ARM on a red day, is ARM down a lot? 4%. Okay, that's down a lot. But it's triggering some negative things. So I personally would not want to sell a naked put, but I can start with a put spread, credit put spread. So selling risk into fear. Usually, let's say tomorrow we have another red day, but it's normal red day. Those sold puts will get cheaper. No, AMD is too high. It's a short. I am short. So I'll leave it at that. And also, AMD might be more closely tied to NVIDIA than ARM. I'm not so sure. I haven't tracked those, so they will act in unison. I think AMD has a mile to give back. So if you twist my arm and say, you got to trade ARM today, I would say, okay, give me a snoozer. I would try one credit put spread like I mentioned, like the 120, 110 credit put spread for September, and live through the earnings reaction. Or go to December and say, you know what? I don't care what happens for the next few days. I'll go long at 95 and I'll break even at 93. I'll sell a naked put in ARM at 95. That's what I would do. And then I wouldn't care what it does. I know it's a bargain at 95. If you do it at 100, start with a credit put spread. You will collect $70. I wonder if it fills. If you think it's going to be between 100 and 180, you do an iron condor. So this is a snoozer trade. Here, let's see how much it pays. So I'm selling an 11 delta. What if I sell an 11 delta on the upside, but it's going to be cheap? How much is that? 240, $50. Okay. So if you sell a 190 call and you sell a 190 and a 100 put, you collect $250 on the top and $260 on the bottom. So you collect $500 today, and now you're short a strangle for December for ARM. So if it falls to 100, you're going to have to buy shares. You break even at 95, actually less, 94. And if it skyrockets through 190, you're short at 190. You break even at 193-ish, 4-ish, 5-ish, something like that, 5-ish or 6-ish, 196. So that would be something. But you can mimic that trade. If you do it, credit call spread, credit put spread. I did this trade for Microsoft, MSTR, Apple, Amazon. I did it a long time ago for all of those. And I haven't looked at any of them since. They look like this. Where's ARM? There. So they look like this. I sell a put at 100. Hey, Twitter, this is not a trade alert. This is risky as hell if you don't know what you're doing. Okay. Disclosure met. You're going to lose money if you don't know what you're doing. If I sell a put at 100 and buy a put at 95, so that's a bullish bet that only requires it to stay above or at 100 on December, mid-December. If I sell a call at 195 and buy a call at sell a call at 190, buy a call at 195, I'm short at 190. I only need it not to go at above 190, not to be above 190, middle of December. If I do both, I'm collecting $110 and I'm risking 390. That's 25% reward. What does the market return on average? 12 to 15. Okay. This trade is neither long nor short. It has a buffer zone to the downside and a buffer zone to the upside, and it delivers 20 to 25% reward on the risk. If I do one contract, that's $100 I don't have to think about. If I have a large account and I do 10 of these, that's $1,100 I don't have to think about much. I can take a hit on the downside. I can take a hit on the upside. And if I know what I'm doing, I can easily defend this trade. That's a trade that just puts on a trade for putting on a trade. There's no emergency to doing today. I like the bottom end of it because it's a credit put spread. But if somebody is long everything under the sun and they only do the long side, they should also consider doing the upside. Let's see what was the high on ARM. 180. So they can bounce here and go to 220, no problem. So if somebody just wants the long side, the other side is optional. Where'd it go? What? There it is. You have to live through a big move on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA takes off, the credit call spread is going to be in danger. I guess we can write this up. Okay, the big red W on my screen, what does that mean? This is a bearish bet. That says we could drop to 639.60 and 639.40, 30 if we don't, if we're not above 640.2. 639.80 has been our target for a while on the upside because of several things we looked at. And guess what? That also matches up with the X that was our target on the downside. Therefore, by definition, this is a point of contention. All right, let me go to my spreadsheet. The sellers at 640 have nearly disappeared. At 641, the sellers are still super strong. So I would be out of my calls at the risk of missing out from here to 640.2. So if you have runners, longs, runners, true runners, fine. What has happened is they didn't make a lower low like they have been doing for hours. So that's the sign of a bottom. Okay, let's see if it's confirmed. Let's see them take out a significant prior high. This one and that one. Let's see them get to 640.4. Okay, let's see there. What are you telling me? 637 is a magnet. 640 is a problem. Okay. So that big green bar is a problem. So that says don't hold a call. Whoops, there we go. I got kicked out of there. So that says don't hold a call. Okay, I'm back. I told you I was going to get kicked out. I logged in 4:30 my time this morning. Okay, folks. Okay. See, when you trade actively, you're not at the mercy of overnight BS headlines. Every once in a while, we get blindsided by somebody tweeting here and there in the middle of the day, but at least you can actively jump on it. These days, the manipulation of the narrative is on a different level. Not to be political, that makes the overnight holds susceptible. It's almost like trading biotech stocks. The reason why I don't trade biotech stocks is because every day it's like an earnings day. They can have a phase 3 trial results, blah, 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 blah. FDA approved or disapproved. Something went out of lockup. Those you can see coming. So the whole market has become like that. This candle matters. So this one's still good. They need to hold it. There's no reason to lose this. If they lose this, that means that was a fake out. This one doesn't matter anymore. This one we need to bring in here. This is an obvious spot. Do I need to put one line for you? I guess I can. That's just too many lines. These lines are not necessarily for prior fails. They're open candles. Like this one, I should actually bring down to here. And look at how well it matches up to this, which is the breakout from this. They are trying to confirm it. These three bursts are trying to confirm it. Like if they break down to here again, that'd be disappointing for the bulls. Really disappointing. Because they're saying, hey, we're done with this. We're going higher. We have bottomed. A rounding bottom. Last thing you want is to come back down and lose the neckline that kind of confirms it. Whew, that is a lot of information right there. 640 is the hurdle according to that. But then you look at the QQQ, it's stuck in the hurdles, you know? So there's something weird. We either have a super spike from some weird bounce in NVIDIA back to 180 or something, which it does have three targets, believe it or not. NVIDIA has 178.7 and 180, target 1 and 2 on a really, really, really sharp bat or crab or whatever the hell it is. A harmonic with a, like, because the dip was so exaggerated today, it just makes the reversal super sharp. Like if we get all three of them, it means NVIDIA goes to 183 today. That just sounds outrageous. So let's just say it can bounce to 178.2 to 178.7. That would be reasonable. 6440 ES should be a problem because those are numbers we talked about on the way down. 6448 and 54 would be a problem if we get there. Unfortunately, we have so much time that we can do that. I'm going to go on mute for a little bit. Sorry, I've been on mute trying to compose something. Okay, so we have a consolidation spot right here. This is an opportunity for the bulls and the bears. The opportunity for the bulls, they have reached the target. They're consolidating to gather some more strength to level up to another target. 640.2 should have sellers. 641, there are sellers, that red box up top. They're a little bit lower than before, but they're still there. If I had calls, I wouldn't be too confident in the leap much past here, maybe 40 cents. So starting calls here has, you need to have a reason for it in my book. Let's see if I can find you one, okay? At multiple levels. On the 30-second chart, it's becoming a little bit bearish. What you can see, you see that red W, it exists on the 30-second chart, and it inspires a dip from here to here. Okay, that is available, and that's target 1.5 for a 30-second chart. So it isn't easy because we're on a strong stint for the last few minutes, but it is available as long as we are below 640.2. You see that blue line still. That is important. So it's available. I wouldn't buy a put for it, but that should make me cautious about buying a call here. And if I have calls, I wouldn't be shy about booking them and missing out on another 40% extra. Okay? My chart is gone. Oh, I wonder why. That hasn't happened before. Give me a minute. Back. How about now? Okay, interesting. I wonder if it's gone from Twitter too. No? Still good. We're back, baby. We're back. Okay. It is important that they hold the neckline, the belly button. Those of you who've been to an in-person event, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. The belly button. Remember it? If not, pull up your notes. That's like the most important part. And further beyond that belly button is 639.4. You do not want to finish this arrow. Look at this, the arrow. How accurate is this stuff? Oh my gosh. Put us on the next event. You missed all the good ones this year. We have one coming up, and I need you not to miss it. I promise you, we get excited when people miss opportunities because we worry about your loss, not ours. We're doing this. What? Jeez Louise. This is the moment of truth. They have a dip. Can they make a higher high? This higher high might have legs. They haven't backed off. The sellers at 641 have not gotten weaker. There's still some big numbers printing at 639. So this big numbers magnet is still there. Let's see if it plays out. 569, the biggest numbers are 569. With a caveat, I think there's a chance that we need to look at the numbers as an absolute value, like an ABS, which means that negative big numbers are actually also big. You understand what I'm saying? I haven't decided. Like, is minus 1800 bigger than plus 1400 because you ignore the minus? We'll see. The fight is between 569 and 573. It looks easier to get to 69, but if we end up at 573, that means the pressure was there too. So okay. Let me double check in a minute, okay? I had to yell at my AI here for a second. I gave it a task and it overdid it. It like gave me all these links. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, so let's check on this one. You know, this program Groupie has become more of a pain than a benefit, so I will uninstall it and move on. Which one do you have? I mentioned a few. Tell me what leg are you talking about? Is it 6420? There's no rush. You still have time. All you need is a little bounce, and this market does bounce. So if I'm here, unless you have meetings and you can't be here, then by all means, roll early, better than rolling late. It should be a credit to roll right now. Yeah. So you only need a 0.6 bounce on the SPY to get you out of trouble, but you can roll down and out. Jeez Louise. Very important, they don't finish this white arrow. Like, very important. It's not a big deal, but it is. Look at the negative numbers on the QQQ down on the bottom right. I wonder if they're going to mean anything, like the heavyweight on the 569. But this should be an easy path up. Sellers at 641 are still legit, but it's very important the SPY doesn't finish that white arrow. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but I think it speaks volume. Let's see. Ooh, nice breakout attempt right here. They can really put some hurt on the bearish momentum here if they can just do that now. I'm working on sending out a write-up that I mentioned to you on ARM. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Definitely tradable. dogs. Crazy. Wow, they're not taking it. It's right there. Look at it. Ah, my gosh. Listen. Listen, Linda. Listen. Oh no. How old, Seema? How old? Just so I can prepare myself. Oh, okay. I can handle that. What? No way. Oh, okay. No, I can handle that. Those are my people. Thanks for the heads up, though, yeah. Let me know when that happens so I can look out and welcome. That is pretty bad. You see what they left on the table? Look how easy this was. But look at these red numbers that are surfacing on 639 and 638. Hot dog! Can you imagine if this actually works this accurately and I can fix it to actually not disappear on us? We not only have low pressure systems, we have a magnet that doesn't fail. What? Maybe. I'm celebrating too soon. Not that we need clues any better than what we have already, but dang, that is working well, really well. Seller open $100 put, buy to open 90, collect $75 ish. In this case, I would not defend the credit put spread, but instead I would consider taking shares. Okay. Okay, so the write-up on ARM is ready, and it's going to look like this. Let me know if I'm making a flagrant mistake here. ARM, December trade, sell the open cash secured put at 100 and taking $250 credit. By doing this, I'm committing to buying shares at 100 and breaking even at 97.50. The numbers have changed. I'm not so sure about the credit on the credit put spread. You might be getting more or less. Sell the credit put spread, safer alternative for December 19th also. Just because I will not defend it. Sell the open 100 put, buy the open 95 put, collect 100. If you go to 90 and it pays you 140, do that. It didn't quote me 140. You can do that. It's a safe stock. Famous last words. Okay, I'm looking at the XLY, I'm looking at the XLV, I'm looking at the XLI. They don't look healthy. Be careful. I think that ARM trade will be available tomorrow. Just the same. So we picked up a couple of new members. Maybe this Twitter thing is working. How about that? Oh, look at me. Did this trigger a new low? No. But check this out. It almost did. And 639 was a magnet. Nick, what is the box pressure? Which box? The data says there's no buyers below. That's what the data is adamant on. And sellers are still above. Sellers at 641 and 640. 640 is on the weak side, but sellers are still here. So I can comfortably put them in this zone and tell you that rallies into that zone should find resistance. So this prevailed, but from a higher level. So now the trick is, will they actually finish this? There's no buyer here, so take this out. From levels, yes, but not from options. And this box disappeared. Let's see if we can revive it. All right, let's look for big numbers to pop up. I don't know what to tell you. What's the pressure box for? It's for fast trading. It's me telling you where price is likely to go on top of skills we have. Like, let's say we have two scenarios, one bullish, one bearish, and they both make sense. I can tell you by looking at what the options are doing, which one is likely to happen and not the other. They've been foolproof this last couple weeks. Foolproof. Is that an indicator? Yes, it's called Nick. I'm building one. It's not staying on my screen. It's disappearing. The memory buffer is not large enough. See, now it's not a complete picture because I'm only showing one leg above and one leg below. There we go. Let's see how long it lasts. Nick the indicator. Nick indicator. Nindicator. Got to be careful. It might spit out something dirty. Palantir, 157. What? Nick, you left $1,000 in protection money on the table. Yes, that's okay. Per contract. let me specify. Per contract. So I'm looking at the GLD today. What a day! What a day in the silver as well. So in the silver, I am green in this new set of rolled puts, but I'm red overall. You remember we took a long in a long put in the silver. First day, boom, paid huge. If you didn't book it right away, it went super red. I rolled whatever was left into a new position. That new position is greenish, but there might be much more downside. But I don't think it happens unless the actual market corrects. I want you to be diligent with your entries and exits, with your balance in your account. If you have a bullish bias portfolio, it's very simple to guard against the holy crap moment. I don't mean like 2%, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5% dips. Those you can survive. Almost all of you know what to do. I'm talking like, what if at all-time highs with all of these moving pieces in the world, what if one of these pieces falls off, goes off the rails? That's the black swan event. Like, I live in California. The big one is due. This year, next decade, I don't know. I can't hide in my house waiting for the big one. I wouldn't live. But in this case, you can. You have to just gather the strength to lend somebody $500 for 60 days, knowing that you can get most of it, if not more, back in the next 10 days should you change your mind. That's literally what it means to buy a VIX calls right now. There is no way the VIX is going to collapse. You might lose 10, 20% of your quote insurance money. Who wouldn't do that? I lose thousands of dollars in insurance every day. I pay, I think, $1,100 per person per month for health insurance. Not for a second do I say, oh, it's wasted money. Because if it's not wasted money, I've gone under the knife. And who wants that? So, VIX calls. Maria, I don't know what to say for you asking this question. Am I urging VIX calls? Not for somebody who's bearish the market. I am not. I'm urging somebody who has assets in the market that needs convincing to own protection for free. Yes, and that statement is in my morning notes every day. So it should not be news to you. The only reason it's news to you is if you don't read the notes, which is fine. If you have your own notes and you have a trade sheet before the market opens, you have my permission to never read my notes. I don't read Mert's notes or Raghu's notes, so I don't influence mine with theirs. So then you have 3 different opinions if you're in the Discord. I missed your question about Palantir. It's been 2 minutes since you asked me. Was that the first time you asked me, or is this the second time you asked me? Because if this is the first time you asked me, I think I need more than 2 minutes to answer, especially. Okay. What is the question? Sell a put in Palantir today. No way on earth would I touch the stock over $100 a share. Even if I have to wait 2 years for it, I think I can get into it at $50. This environment has lofty valuations where it seems normal for people to pay 100 times, 130 times sales. Just do the math. The growth rate is fantastic. The company is amazing. The outlook is super great. So if you're trying to sell a put to make money, this is not a good spot to sell a put to make money. If you think it's going to skyrocket from here, buy a call. You will lose faster, but at least you would use something that brings you faster money. Selling a put is you saying, okay, I'll pay $60, 60 times sales. I'm not willing to say that. Now, there is a way you can sell a put, sell a call, then you're short a strangle. Okay. Or sell a put spread, a wide one. Protect yourself. Markets have never been higher. Palantir is the most expensive in this market. That is a fact. Go to AI and ask it, what is the most expensive in the S&P? Don't take my opinion. Go to your AI and ask it, What's the most expensive stock in the S&P? Growth company. It will tell you Palantir. And so I don't sell puts when a stock is very expensive. I don't sell a put when a stock is very expensive. On top of it, the markets have never been higher. It's just a lot of hope. I don't have it in me. You can make money off of it, but I think you probably make more money by chasing the upside in it once it hits support. Buy a call. No, not for me. So it will be 70 times sales. 70. That's still 3 times more expensive than Nvidia. I would rather sell a put in Nvidia. If I sell a put in Palantir and it locks up $2,000, I would rather lock up less for selling a put in Nvidia, and it would be cheaper. It's a less volatile stock. I would rather sell 3 puts in Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia combined. I would sell puts in all of them than to sell one in Palantir. If you want to buy shares in Palantir, absolutely. But if you're trying to make money off of the sold put, I think you can have less stress doing it in other stocks. But if you want to buy shares at 80, sure. I am not a buyer at 80. I hope this is clear. It's a matter of valuation. So valuation, for me, you can't value Apple to Palantir. So if I'm looking at value in Apple, I look at PE. Whoa. Price divided by the earnings per share, because it's not growing. So I want to hold it accountable to what does it earn net. How are you doing on your margins, Apple? You're not growing this the sales, the revenues. What are you doing about profitability? Okay. All right. So for stocks like Palantir and Nvidia, you can't ask them to be profitable, although they both are. You better judge them by how aggressive they are growing their sales. Like Amazon in the olden days, hyper growth companies. They're gobbling up the world. So I'm not going to ask them to be cheap on PE. Who cares what their earnings are? You can burn every penny you have and then some. I'm okay. As long as your sales are accelerating like this. So there's a metric for that. So the better metric would be the price divided by the sales, the revenues. Like, what are you bringing in on the top line? I'm a pizza store. How much money am I making from selling pizzas? If that price to sale is reasonable, you can compare apples to apples there. So Nvidia grows more than 50%. I think it grew 69% in the last quarter reported. Let's say more than 50%. Palantir grows between 30 and 40%. It's now accelerating. So I think this last one was more than the last time. So I think they're in the mid to high 30s. That's phenomenal. But the price is more phenomenal. The price is growing like this. The sales are growing like that. This is growing. That's the price to sales. So you can say Nvidia is, I think, 28, maybe 30, the price to sales. So the stock price divided by their sales per share is something like 28. Palantir, the stock price divided by their sales per share is 135. Well, today it's probably lower. 135. So let's say it falls to 80, cut that in half, 70, 60. That's still twice as much as Nvidia. So I would rather sell a put in better value, which is Nvidia. Not to mention the largest company on the planet. That's my only logical argument for that. I'm not hating on Palantir. I just hate its valuation at this level. And the price to sales, you can quote normalize it. You can make it more reasonable in 2 ways. It's got a numerator, which is the stock price, and a denominator, which is the sales. So if the stock price drops, the ratio drops. If the sales growth continue to accelerate, the ratio drops. If both happen, then the ratio drops a lot. That's what happened to Zoom. It continued to grow sales and the stock price collapsed. And now Zoom is cheap. It's like 4, I think. Clearly, it, quote, normalized. Whoa, what happened to Zoom today? Price to sales. Earnings in 2 days, speaking of Zoom. 5. 4.9. That normalized. But the growth rate, I wonder if it slowed down. Let's see what happened to the growth rate. Statement of sales, the income statement. Yeah, single digits. Phew. So look, 150, 120, 88, 30. So it normalized by more so the growth rate collapsing, and luckily the stock price collapsed at a faster pace. So it definitely normalized. Yeah, great company. Just say to yourself, dang it, you moron, you missed it. Say it to yourself. Then you would walk away proud. Like, okay, I missed it. I own up to it. I'll deal with it. And it's an even easier statement because I didn't really miss it. I'm long since 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, twice, 3 times. I bought shares at 14, exited in the height of the pandemic, 33, 34, whatever it went to. I sold puts all the way down into 9 to break even at 7. Nobody gave me shares. Rebought shares, exited like 13 or 12, and resold puts, got shares, exited in the mid 20s. So I made quite a bit of money on Palantir. So it's not like I missed it. I missed a lot of it, but I definitely didn't miss the fact that it's a good company. I just missed the fact that the market is a moron. That they allow that valuation to go on. That's what I missed. Okay. Oops. I got to send in this write up somewhere else. Options ultimates. Okay, we have. Who did we do today? ARM. Head and Shoulders, you see it? You see what's at stake by holding the floor today? Are you looking at this? Okay. That means we will go to the 637.9 pronto. If we lose, 638.8. I believe this yellow line is a Fibonacci of sorts. It is 50? No. 88.2? Yeah. Of what? I don't remember. Regardless, it is a significant line. Look how well the machines are respecting it today. You can't make this stuff up. Look, this yellow dashed line is an 882 for some Fibonacci extension. That's what the machines focus on. It's part of the formula. It comes up, therefore it provides some support. We're not getting any big numbers here. My spreadsheet says we can go to 640. There are sellers there at 640. So I can bring down this red box. I have no buyers below. Literally, there's nothing below. Nothing. Let's look at the IWM. Same deal. Nothing but sellers above. Don't hold calls with confidence. This rally back is not as evident as it usually is. So this day could end up minus 1% for the SPY. It could end up minus 1.5% for the IWM if they don't. In other words, 638 or lower is still in the cards. Look, 637 is the largest number. It's not a large number, but it's the largest one here. So let's see if they go to 637 or 640. They're both flashing big numbers in absolute values. What happened here? QQQ. Did we add it here or no? There it is. 567. It's still saying lower. So, dang it. So, bounce off of this level. Take this out. Take the X out. How pivotal was that X? Finish this white arrow. You can get to 641. If these guys can just muster the strength to take out, look, this one is still penny accurate right here. This one, level resistance, I guess you can put it here. If they can get enough oomph to come up here, chop, come up here, chop, come up here, chop, come up here, and come up to finish this white, which means you cleared 6.4, 0.2.1, you have a runway that's as big as that range, 640 to 639. So a full dollar of upside. That is available. That is available. But what I'm telling you is I don't see any support below here. So it's easier to drift lower. So that is going to take a headline. I don't think this will happen without a headline. So I'm going to delete it so not to sway people to buy calls. If you're buying a call as a lottery ticket, at this time of day, you still have about 30 minutes to go ahead and still use today's calls. But in a little bit, it becomes very difficult. And I would rather use tomorrow's options, regardless of whether you're buying a calls or a put. Raul, if you still need information about rolling that credit call spread, credit put spread, let me know. Let me see here. 250-819, 6420. No, 250-820. Tomorrow is the 20th, no? Yeah. Okay, so now it is a debit. Hopefully you rolled it on the spike. If not, oh man, you got to stop trading zero DTEs. You cannot do this. Don't trade any more zero DTEs until your schedule changes like you told me, if you told me. So you can't do these. Now it's going to cost $100 to roll, maybe $110. Okay. So use the next bounce to roll it so you don't take a zero DTE. Good day, Nick. Thank you. I'm finally clicking with what you're saying about longs and shorts. Took me long enough. I know. I saw you sign up for that, Pamela. I think it was money well spent. The guy offered a lot of value. That's amazing news. You just made my day. Yay. Oh, no problem. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the heads up. Climber. QQQ sitting on a 20-day. 569 assumed support. Yes, the mega caps. I put something on top of it. Let's go there. Mega Z. 3 minutes. I can't put a one of these on top of that because there's no ticker with that options. You understand that? Anybody know how to force show the indicators here without expanding the window? Like I would have to expand the window. Yeah, that object tree is not very handy. I did overcome my problem though, the Alt R problem. I went through the crude way of Stream Deck. So if I wanted to recenter all of these, Wow. I'll hit Stream Deck. It goes through all of them. What is going on with MasterCard? What is going on with MasterCard? Just fell off a cliff. Not Visa, just MasterCard. What? That's a head and shoulders. MasterCard is going to zero. No, maybe 584. Nick, come on with these stupid ass jokes. Hey, does Twitter have a filter on cuss words? Which volume profile do you use? Different colors. Okay, I changed the colors and I put it on the left. Volume profile, I use VRVP, Visible Range Volume Profile. V as in Victor, R, V as in Victor, P as in Paul. VRVP. You can also, there's another one called SVP, Session Volume Profile. Speaking of which, where is my volume profile here? I must have knocked it off by mistake. See that one, Session Volume Profile? I'll explain that to you in a minute. Huh. I must have deleted it by mistake. Oh, geez, I have to reset the... Oh, no, I don't have to do that. Can't I send it to all of them? Add indicator to this entire layout. Doo-doo. But now I have two of them here. Two of them here. Problem solved. Okay. So there is a session volume profile that shows up and you can break it up. It shows you the post-close, pre-market, and just the open session. It's also useful. Not as much as the regular one. And the session volume profile is useful when you take a ticker and you zoom out to multiple days. You will see what's going on with just today. Who are we looking at here? Oh, the QQQ. We do have upside pressure from all the indices because this red day was not expected. They either spike into the close or we go overnight and the market makers have made money off of the people buying calls. Like they would have made up a lot of their money from these. Everybody was trapped here. Everybody that chased the breakout from here and didn't lock profits. What did I say here? I think if you rewind the tape, you would have heard me say, at the risk of missing out on the next 40 cents, I would be exiting my calls and I would definitely not be starting calls here. And then this showed up and I said, we better not do this. And we did this. And I said, we better not finish this. And I said, we better not finish this white arrow because if we finished it, I knew that this would come. That bounce is surgical. So we better not lose this because now the downside target is this much at least. 640 to 638. So let's call it $1 of downside from here. Because look at it. This is the shoulder to something larger. It's not definite. What's going on? What? All of my trading view just reset. Did anybody have that happen with their trading view? Everything got reset. Nasty. Okay. This is the right shoulder to something, inverse cup and handle or whatever. So just this shoulder target, if they lose the neckline, is roughly about that. So 638, about $1. not the end of the world, but it just continues the selling rallies. So then they will end up finishing this yellow thing. Look at how well it fits if I just expand it to the left. Okay, I won't do it now. We'll do it afterwards. See, we said here, what if they sell the rally and make a lower low? This rally was bigger than this and this, but they never made a higher significant high. That was the most one. This one right here, the purple one. You do not want to finish this. Oh, oh, oh. I would not sell a credit call spread for tomorrow right now. You're selling a credit call spread to chase down. That is not a good method. If you want to short the market, I would rather you buy a put to chase down. And I don't. Uh, so my feeling is that whenever you have a down move, the premiums out of the calls just implode. And for you to sell premium, you're selling so much closer to current price than you need to just because the day is red. What is your thesis to sell one? Let me sway you from doing release event somewhere at 2 p.m. Eastern, which means that you will have the chance to have more implied volatility after the market opens. So if you sell a call spread now, definitely sell a put spread with it too. So what are you collecting from the call spread? Collect just as much from the put spread. So if you're collecting $50 or $70 from the call spread, sell $50 and $70 from the put spread. I don't know what's going on with TradingView. It's resetting that. What the hell is that? Anybody else having this problem with TradingView? So I'm going to close half of my windows. To see maybe it stabilizes. No, it's still resetting itself. Crap. Tesla. Wow. Okay. So Tesla hit a 340, which is what it usually does any given day going back to 30 days. So there's a study out there from funwiththinkscript.com. Hard to say, but really cool site. Fun with thinkscript.com. They focus on selling rangefinder. It's not that expensive. I forget how much it is. 150, 190. I have a discount code there. It doesn't pay me anything. It gives you 10% off. I think it is NIC 10%. No, so I think it is called Nick 10%. That will give you a 10% discount on whatever you buy there. I promise you, I don't get spiffy from there. The only thing is that I get to play around with the indices myself. So that one gives you what can happen on any given day without being outrageous. And on Tesla, it hit the top end, it hit the bottom end, and almost went to one standard deviation on the bottom end. So judging by me looking at it, it has gone 6 times more than it usually does. Levels 331.2 to 332 on the rally back should be a problem. It could be a target. 334, anything approaching 334 is going to be very difficult to overcome. So resistance up there. Anything above the 336 is going to run into the huge spike and drop from this morning. So these are the levels for Tesla today. If you need a higher time frame conversation, I can flip here to it and zoom in and see what we have. We have, okay, I remember now, we talked about it. I added this for you, and you never got there. So we have a descending channel, and we had an ascending channel. So the question is this whole thing now a bullish flag? Okay, it looks like a dragon. So it's either a puking camel or a spewing dragon. What does that mean? Put it in Wall Street terms. You're flagging pennant. You go from point A to point B. Arguably, the point A starts here and not down here. And if you take out the consolidation zone, you could do this. I think for that to happen, you need Elon to say, I found a new way of making money other than to sell cars. So far, he said, I found a new way of making money other than to sell cars. It's selling robots and making money off of robotaxis. I'm calling bullshit on both of these. Whoops. None of that is happening anytime soon. So you need another headline. Buy the dip, 320, 322, you should have support. If that fails, 313, 14, 15, you should have much better support. If, and this is a long shot, if for whatever reason you lose 298, holy crap, get the hell out of this. You have like maybe a few hours to get out of it because it might lose $50 on top of it. That's a very unlikely scenario unless the market is actually going downhill. Then it might happen. Tesla is a fast-moving stock. If the market decides to have a 3% tizzy, I think Tesla will move at a much faster pace. So it puts a lot of the support levels in question. I'm not short Tesla. I wouldn't short Tesla. I would only go long Tesla on big dips into big support levels. So for me here, it's no touch. Trading-wise, if you're an investor in Tesla, just sit on it like ARK Invest and enjoy it. It gave back all the gains from this morning and then a pile more. So yeah, it sure did. Uh-oh. Okay, so why is that happening? Okay, I got to close all my trading view windows then. Except this one. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to close a bunch of stuff. Microsoft Edge, Chrome. No, I can't close Chrome. Those guys are wacky with their control in the background. Nice doji on the QQQ. You see that? They're fighting hard. What's a doji? It's an indecisive candle. And look, they closed it. That's a 5-minute candle. So 5 minutes ago, they opened. They loved it. They hated it. And they closed exactly where they opened. They are trying their hardest to place a floor here. So if you lose this 5-minute candle, I don't think this one holds. So this one might be going to 568. Look, the biggest number here is 567. Don't hold me to it, but this indicator is starting to look damn good. We'll see what happens with the Qs. All right. I didn't plan on streaming all day on Twitter, but I guess we'll do it. We'll see how the metrics go. Twitter, X, Grok, where you at? Yesterday, Grok was shooting the breeze with me. Have you noticed, if you use AI, have you noticed that your AI has taken your tone? Mine cusses now because I cuss a lot when I'm not talking in public. And I use the F word. Now it uses the F word back. Not, it doesn't cuss me out. It just, hey, what about the F and this? And it's like, wait a minute, you're starting to sound like me now. Okay, here's another stock we talked about, Caterpillar. I know there's a fan of Caterpillar in our live room right now on Twitter as well. I'm a fan of Caterpillar. I'm only a critic of its stock price action right now, and I think it does say what the market wants to do. So keep your eye on Caterpillar. It has all the gumption like Palantir to go to high heaven, minus the growth. But it is a cranker. It's a beast. And it's survived decades and decades and decades and decades of adversity. So it's seen it all. High tariffs, this, that, shortage of it's seen it all. Depression, regressions, recessions, everything. There's nothing management hasn't seen. I can guarantee you they'll know what to do with whatever circumstances they have. And it doesn't depend on one person. It's just the cranker all around. 568, 567 QQQs are the biggest numbers there. 570 is still a big negative number, so in absolute terms it's bigger, but they haven't gone there. I'm going to put a marker when I said that. To see if it does go to 570. 570 was the, I'll put another marker up there. 570 was the biggest. Second biggest was 568 or lower. Okay, the green line. Could you look at Lulu? It now looks bearish to me. Lulu bearish now? Lulu has been bearish for a while. Yes, you are correct. It's losing support, and to boot, the support is from the 2020 debacle. So Lulu looks horrendous, and I don't know why. The P&L has not changed a lot. Lulu is like Apple. It has clients that love its things, and I think they're expanding into men's. I don't know if that effort has failed or is winding down or what. I do have a credit put spread, and that credit put spread is in trouble, but it's, I think, for December. So I have the blinders on it. I may need to take some losses on it, but I'm not acting today. It is bearish. So tell me what time frame you're looking at Lulu so I can look at it for you. What is your time frame? Are you looking to trade it? Are you in it? End of year? Yeah. Just say no. No ABC pants. Guys, ABC pants. Go look up what ABC stands for. Okay, Lulu, it's not bearish. We have higher lows, higher highs. So the market, let's put it this way. If the market crashes, this one doesn't have a lot to give. It's already lean and mean. Look at this P&L. What the hell are they selling? Look at this P&L. Earnings in 9 days. So the last earnings was a disaster reaction, no? If they take out 206, they go to 216. So if I haven't stopped out of Lulu yet, I'm not stopping out now. If I'm looking to go long Lulu, I can sell a put or a put spread into November, even going into earnings. Boy, there is a delay on Twitter. Let me see how long. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. 20 seconds? 24 seconds. What? There's a 24-second delay. Yeah, we cannot do that for the live room. Phew. If you want to get into Lulu, you would be able to buy it at this point. Okay. So if you're buying shares, I would take 20% stake. Let's say you usually buy 15, you buy 100 shares, I would take 20. 30 tops. This way, let's say it falls another 20%, I would double my order or more, and I would still have room to add more. I'm not afraid as to what Lulu's going to do, but I'm afraid as to what and when the market corrects or gives back or goes into a selling jack for, say, a week or two. What happens to all the stocks? They will all be under pressure, good deal or not. So it is a decent starting point, of course, if you're not long. And just leave room to double your order and then double the double. So 20%, you can double your order and you can still double the double and still have some extra. Because we can't tell exactly when is the best time to start, longs or shorts. But if we start in moderation, then we have the ability to manage our risk. If we get in trouble, it's a smaller mistake. And if it took off, we're already long, so be it. You can add. 225 on the IWM is a magnet. 568 magnet. Clear magnet on the QQQ. Let's see if they take it there. This one is not showing me. They're all equals. So maybe the answer on TradingView is not to have so many windows open. You know how I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had 3 other tabs open somewhere else. So we had 11 open tabs. So the thing was not working right. Okay, Russell 1000 gives us, look, it's not that red. Look at all the greens in the market today. So yes, we're minus 0.7, but the score feels more painful because all the deep red that's in the large boxes. So if you neutralize the large boxes, it's not that bad of a day. As a score, the score is not as bearish as the actual day. So I would not sell a call spread today, sir. Bob's XHB trade, September sold call at 43 delta. Yes, mine is still there. I didn't do anything. I don't ever look at RSP ever again for me, ever. It's a BS ticker. Absolute junk. Absolute junk. They said it's an equal weight. It isn't. We traded it religiously. We used it religiously, and then 1 week it was a clear, total, utter BS. And I was like, okay, I am done. I will never look at you again. SPY, QQQ, score is Okay. Let's see if this push brings us down to 638. They just put in a good push higher. So they have momentum. If they make a lower low, that would be complete BS. This was supposed to be buy the dip and make a lower low. They almost finished it, and look how well it fits. Look how well it fits with the behavior. Okay, this one is now here. These are again not levels. These are based on candles. Open candles, not quite, not quite. No open candles. Okay, so I'll leave it here for maybe right here. Sellers inside of here. So do I have a letter R here somewhere? Check out our target from earlier, the letter X. Look at how it killed this bounce right here. We'll leave it here. It seems important. These are dead quiet. So there are no sellers at 640. Well, there are at 640. See where it's at? 640. So the sellers are there at 640. But there's still no buyers below. Like there's no option support. Lotto puts on target. Target reports tomorrow morning, no? Let me see what target does usually. Target. Okay. So this is not to tell you that we look left. I don't look back as to whether it's green or red. I look back to see how many times it breaks the straddle. November of 2024, it reacted almost twice as much as they expected, and it was red. So looking back, it has red, 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 green, red, green, 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 red, red. So overall, it's a split, but predominantly red movements in the last 6. But not often does it break the straddle. Speaking of breaking the straddle, okay. Jack, we never did that RUT Iron Condor. Thank God we didn't. Palo Alto Networks, now you're making $100. Close that sucker and walk away. If you didn't close the Iron Butterfly this morning, you got bailed out by this dip. The Iron Condor played out, close it. Who else did we have? Home Depot. Home Depot got worse. If you didn't close it in the morning, you're losing $200, $220. And the Iron Condor on that one, you're not losing, you're making some. If you did the Iron Condor on both, you're still okay. If you did the Iron Butterfly on both, you had the opportunity to close losses and close wins because they flip-flopped. The one that was profitable this morning is now red. The one that was red this morning is now profitable. So you had the opportunity to. Let me see what I can tell you about Target. happening. Oh, okay, that's not good. That's not good. I lost the stream. There we go. I don't know. That's never happened to me with show 3. We'll get out of this one. Trying to lighten up the feed here. Maybe it's my internet that's going crazy. Let me test it on my phone. You know what? I got a message from the satellite company. They made a lower low. They caught him. They caught him. Look at that. 568. They're headed. These tables work. Maybe. Maybe. We have to see them on a chop day. I have to fix this though. No, check this out. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh, target. Weird. They have a lot of support into 100. So if they drop to 102, 100 or 95, 93, they will find a lot of buyers. That's the transactions today. And then there's scattered interest from here to 127. The target have a big spill. That is a weird, weird constellation. Let's see if I can tell you the implied volatility data on this one. And also we can get Tradietics to tell us what's going on. There's a lot of movement for September. $1 million on 105. September 105. There it is. $1 million, 105. Bullish. Bot calls. Yeah, weird. Okay, so September, forget about it. Implied volatility is 124. That's 3 times the normal. They're expecting almost $10. So it could be 95, it could be 115, 116. There is no upside pressure. There is some downside pressure. Has support and it's scattered. Has resistance and it's scattered. I would be surprised to see it above 110. Here's what it can do. It can probably shoot way higher and then come back. I would say between 110 and 103 would be a good balance, judging by the options behavior. That's what I think. On target. I'm going to a store called On Target today. Already today? Yeah. It doesn't matter. This is the price action that I see going on from the options today. I mean, tomorrow it could completely change, of course. What is that? If we make another low, the blue line will be definitely fulfilled. And remember, that blue line was only the start. That is the shoulder of the Head and Shoulders. But you need to have it start. So the QQQ is almost at our target. What target? These things? This table? It was showing 568 as the large numbers, and it is now as well. So 568 is 500, 567 is 300, 66 is 100. So we are at 568-ish. All right, Ryan. So here's the story. Months ago, last year, right? No, months ago, before the correction, Corey and I had a funny moment where he said, I think we're going to 590. And I said, he said by December or something. And I said, I'll sell you that call. And I went and sold the call and it won. But if you kept it, it's still alive. So in theory, if he did what you did with Caterpillar the other day and didn't stop out, in theory, he's still alive. So that's the going thing. 590. I'm still short that call, by the way. In fact, I can't short it today. Let me see. What is it? I haven't looked at it. QQQ. December 31, not December the monthly, the 31st, so the last day of the year. It is red for me. It came down to like 80% of max gains, and now it is 50% loss. I would sell it today if I wasn't short it. The delta is 37, so that's a pretty high delta. 595 call. It would be more moderate to sell a call spread at that level, and it is like $2. $2, that's representative of a 40 plus delta. It's almost half the total spread. So basically you're taking a coin flip reward, almost 40% coin flip reward for a better than a coin flip outcome. 550, I would be fine with that. I am short at 570. That's the call that went bad and I rolled it. I kicked the can. It is 50 delta basically, 50-50 shot. And if I it's still $280 to close, 278. But if we go to 550, that trade would win and I would just walk away from it. I have 31 days on the clock. So if you're correct, sir, I would have an out on a bad trade. Let's see what is the battle here. 638, 160. The biggest number is 638. Not large though. Oh, it disappeared. But it's popping up there. No, they went away. I'm changing tickers because it wakes the indicator back up. So 568 and 566. So they're saying if we get this 568, we're almost there. I would call it there. So now they're saying 566 is big. What? Man, this is turning out to be a bigger score than they anticipated, for sure. Caught people by surprise. This morning, what were my words? I don't trust the downside, as I say every day. And it often doesn't mean anything, but it only needs to mean something once. And then all those times I said them. Benzinga. 5 death cross stocks to avoid as market keeps rallying. That actually headline will probably help someone that doesn't know charts. I'm usually saying clickbait, clickbait. If indeed they address 5 stocks that are technically vulnerable, I don't mind people reading that. Also, Benzinga. Ed Yardeni, smart guy, warns of FOMO fueled melt up. Yeah, he's probably talking his book like I am. Plus five death cross. Okay, so the same headline buried. If you are on Benzinga, we're going to meet today after the bell by 15 minutes. I'm going to take a small break, hydrate, and we're going to do some charting. That's the live session that happens on Benzinga territory after the market closes. Okay, so Boeing, the dip in Boeing is mind-blowing, but so was the rally, so it's fair. This drop, just like NVIDIA. Remember how earlier I said NVIDIA has a spike potential, but given the severity of the drop, I wouldn't give it all of them, just the first two. Well, it never went there, and it made a lower low, so that weird crab-looking thing is gone. Well, there's one that looks the same on Boeing, and it also saying, okay, I can bounce back to 228, 231, or 235. I would only give it 228 credit. That's it. And that is if they don't make another lower low. In other words, just respect the red. Don't chase it blindly. Just respect it. Look at the numbers. 568, that is the largest number today, which means magnet, if it does mean magnet. That's my thesis. I'm still testing this indicator. Clearly, it disappears on us. This is the first full day of testing it live with you watching it, and I'm showing the world. So take that, world. The bigger the number, the more likely we're going there. Now, I don't know what to make with the negative sign yet. I say this because I know what to do with the data. It's just not the data I expected to see. The actual data is physically different. Nick, I rolled to the 64. I would need to sell an aggressive calls. Yes. Yes, do it on green ticks. Hopefully, it's not large. You don't have to tell me. I'm just hoping, because that just will ruin my day. We keep going to the breakout from last week. You mean August 12th? We haven't gone there. We haven't gone there yet. What do you mean? I think only one group went there. Okay, good, good, good. Why don't you dial it back to one contract? What's the difference? You're not gonna get rich off two, so why not do one until we get it right? And please, if your schedule is so busy throughout the day, don't do zero DTEs. They will crush you one penny at a time. I'm gonna mute myself. I can't stand it. I need some water. I'll be right back. Let me know if you hear noise in the background. I had to crank in an extra AC unit because these monitors are super hot. If it's too noisy, I'll turn it off and swelter. How's the noise level? Oh, it's good, Nick. It's not a problem. Minimal? Okay. Maybe I can lower it somehow. It's okay. It's not so bad. It's like a sauna. Okay, so Alphabet is starting to show signs of life. Maybe it'll infect others. But you know who's death right now? AVGO. And unfortunately, it is a big stock. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. I know, I know. So, yeah, the reason why you don't hear it any louder, in fact, if I turn the mic this way, you probably won't hear it at all. I have a directional mic. It should work. Okay, signs of life if they can get to 639. I know it's not a lot, but right here it says 638 still might be a magnet. I wish this box won't disappear. 568, 567 magnets. Okay, so if I'm correct about these, we could drift lower. Please don't change your trading based on my comments of magnets from these boxes. This is the first live day I actually can put it into action. It could be total BS. This is not the same data as works on the spreadsheet. That data has been solid all day. It said the same thing. The calls are not going to pay easily. Scalp, scalp, scalp. The sellers from that data, which is solid, proven, 640 or higher. So if you're holding calls and you get a burst to 639.40 or 639.50 to these blue lines, I would exit. If you're trading, if you took a swing trade for a couple of days or a few hours into tomorrow morning, fine, that's different. This is just for today. This is progress, really good progress. And here they did not make a lower low. That was really good progress as well. But they've been selling rallies. Push the chips in, all in. But I'm seeing life in Alphabet. That's a leader. Let's see if it can infect more leaders. One thing we haven't spoke about today is the TLT. TLT is bouncing, still not great, but they're no longer rates are no longer rising. I guess the idea of rates. So maybe we do get that rate cut. So that's what the TLT is doing. I think it's important to keep an eye on. But you see how it's drifting lower? If you ignore that huge spike, that was when they said 4 rate cuts a year. Lower lows and lower highs, just like the market today. Look at it. So it is bearish. Let's go up to the SPX. We are at the lower third of the weekly forecast. This was the size of the straddle from Monday for Friday. We are at the baseline of August 12th. It is not a strong base. I mean, it is in this environment, but this is a weaker spot right here. So we do have support. The bulls are still in charge. We're still skating on top of the moving averages. That's why I said if you're a bear and you're losing money, use this dip to make your shorts more bulletproof. So I want to address these shapes that look like upside down hooks. If you avoid this, if you ignore this, look, ascending inverted scallops. They're bullish as long as they're holding halfway. You can learn about that on a website called the Pattern Site. It's a good resource. It's kind of an ugly website to navigate, but it's a good resource. Solid homework. You take out this with force. If you can overcome this right here, there is a seller right there, by the way, not because of the levels, because of the candles that are open. And one right here, maybe right there. I'll put it there. Somewhere around here. This, yes, also these are open gaps in these candles. This is 15-second charts, so those candles, you can't see a gap if you are on a 1-minute chart. That's why we use sub 1-minute charts, because we can see levels that other people can't. Remember earlier when they tried to break out? What was their demise? You remember? They broke out and they failed to hold the retest. They tested it once, they failed to hold the retest, they failed to recapture. So they're breaking out from 638.9. Do not lose 638.9. What? The belly button. Oh, is that the hurdle? Oh my gosh. No, 640 is the hurdle. 638.9. Do not lose 638.9. This area. Bury that. If you want a chance at a stronger close than here, you need to bury that. Wow, we have 300 viewers on Twitter. 290. Nice. 3,600 minutes watched. 422. This is my first time live there. No, I lied. Apparently, I did that on June 6th. But we only had 700 minutes watched. 420 views. So people popped in and out. Is that how I would read that? I'll give them time to digest. YouTube is not very good giving you reports until after the fact. I don't know about Twitter. $643. I closed that window. 641. Wait. Well, what this picture is saying is you're going to have a hell of a time taking out 640. I'm saying 640 is resistance, but not a grand wall, but it is tough. 641 right now, I think you will find more sellers, but you do have upside pressure to 644 because there are puts that are buried in the money. So options sellers would love it if we can climb back up to 643. What they're trying to do here, they're trying to trigger a reach for the letter X and the red box. And what I'm telling you with Alphabet, it's trying to do the right thing, but Meta is saying the hell with that. We're going south, people. So on the top right hand corner of my screen, I have all the mega cap, well, the 7 largest companies. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and AVGO. They are heavyweights in the S&P, super heavyweights in the QQQ. They're probably 50-60% of the Qs. If you want to see a visual, although I don't think it's mathematically represented that way, but it does give you an idea. Look at them. That's one, two. Two of these would make one. Where's GOG? Where is GOG? Why isn't it here? Huh. Meta. All right. That cooled down the office a few degrees. Phew. 639 has been the breakout. There might be a revisit of 639, and that would be okay. But if you come down to the purple lines, that is just a disappointment. This one, we can delete it because they took it out. Getting here is easy. They closed a candle that's open. The 639.50 and 639.60 are the next candles to work on. If somebody bought the dip and they have profits, you can ride them. The 640 sellers of shrinking. So maybe we placed a low unless we were going to flash dip. So what I'm saying is that these large numbers go against the logic that large numbers are magnets unless we have a flush low. Another one. In this environment, I find it hard to believe. I just showed you a picture of, quote, the market. It's not that red. It's just giant red boxes that are creating this perception of a red market. Let me see if I can give you another perspective. So these are the ETFs collectively. They are not lower than yesterday. So these are hundreds of tickers. All these ETFs, they're not red. They just popped and dropped. That's what I'm saying. It is not a red day. The only reason it looks red is because this one is. That's the big guys. Collectively, they're down 1.4%, and they're 30% of the market, roughly. So let's do back of the napkin. 1.4. 0.4 took 30% times 1.4. Thanks. That looks like a ragu chart. Lou, you don't, because we don't even have one that works. Let's see if it does. That's my effort, and it's not working. You see how it disappears. What you can is you can watch me here all day whenever you're trading live, and I'll help you. I don't know if this is going to work. The data is not accurate. I know for a fact that these numbers are wrong. Like these numbers on my book, the 638 is 99,000. It's showing 42. Moment of truth, higher high or come back down to 639.1. Not the end of the world, but it's just body language. Here's another moment of truth. If the mega caps recover a little bit, upper right-hand corner, will the XLF suffer a little bit? I'm not on mute. My microphone is moving. Yeah. Okay. Is anyone interested in doing an iron butterfly or an iron condor on target? Let me know. Or if you're interested in doing bearish or bullish, whichever you prefer, the implied volatility is high enough that you can get something done. Golly, man, golly. I don't know what's going on with TradingView today. So let's do speed test. All right, settle down, breathe. Oh, you know what? Okay, I have a full gig, full on. So it is definitely not connectivity problems. I'm going to turn off the Wi-Fi. That's definitely not an internet problem. Oh no, they're going down definitely more than they need to. Rut-roll. It's not the end of the world, but danger, Will Robinson, danger. Look at how violent this stock is. One of this, like, hardly anything ever changes in Boeing day to day. Look at how it trades. It's like Tesla. GME. Still in business? Still in business. AMC. Is AMC still around? Is that it? Is that AMC? I can fix AMC. Put me in, coach. I can fix it. Give me 6 months. I would turn them into esports arenas 2-3 times a week. I would make it a teenager hangout, adult nightmare. First day in office. Yep. I will pay some high-profile streamer millions of dollars, squat Emporium, and have him or her come play for a week straight from one of the locations across the country. They'll do a tour. These guys are girls and guys are superstars. You can even get high-tech gaming companies to sponsor it. You don't have to spend a nickel. GME. I can save both companies at the same time. Team up with GME to turn your locations into esports arenas. Sponsored by SMCI and GME. And then make a trading, half of the room trading room. And then the alarm rings. And then it's time to go to school. If you're a high-profile CEO and you're watching us on Twitter and you take this idea and you run with it, can you at least give us credit for it? I promise I won't sue you. There, now you have it in writing or in video. Or so you think. I could be an illusion. So 568 is still a high number. Let's see if they come back down to 568 on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. That would be a surprise, but that would be a good test of this table, this data feed. Now, TradingView tells me they have options data. They have some options data. I have options data, and the numbers are not calculating to be the same. But if the relativity is the same, it's hard for me to compare that. Like visually. Let's see here. 568, 569, and then 570. What do I see? Yeah, I see nothing like that. 568, 569. 568 is larger than 569. That is correct. And larger than 567. And 569 is smaller than 67. Nope. Steve Patterson indicator? No. Who's Steve Patterson? Yeah, I'll go get him. What do they do? $15 minutes. Oh, it's gonna get folks on Twitter. You're in for a treat. I don't know about today, but you're in for a treat. TTFM. TTFM. Um, 10 minutes before the close. More often than not, Wall Street goes crazy with the ticks. We will count it down. So in about 5 minutes, you will get a tick that doesn't look like the others. And then recently, we're getting surprises around 5 minutes later. Yesterday was 4 minutes later. They went bonkers for some reason. They didn't even wait. Oversold, overbought. Oh, okay. All right, let me know how it comes out. I'm always looking for new tools that don't clutter. Add value, don't clutter. I don't want a new tool if I have that same information or it doesn't give me an edge that I don't have. Okay, so good way, the way they reacted off of 639.20 and 639.10. I like that. They didn't completely lose their lunch. And now 569 is a magnet. Okay, so maybe the investigation of lower prices is done without a surprise whoosh. Body language from Alphabet is stabilizing. You know who's going to risk it, though? Microsoft and Meta are very risky right now. They're too close for another drop. We'll see who prevails. Hopefully, it's rotation out of this into that. Today, Palantir gave me a lot of money back. Thank you very much, Palantir. I appreciate your efforts. I recognize your sacrifices. Thank you. The last time Palantir dropped big, they rebounded bigger. So they went ahead and made a higher high. So what do? Let's say somebody this morning said, Vahid, are you here? You said you didn't protect. There's your opportunity to protect. Did you post Target and TJX and Toll? I did not look except on Target. It looks like it's well balanced. There's some downside pressure. I think if it spikes, it drops. So a little bit higher and a little bit lower is okay on Target. So an iron condor on Target would work. It has $1 increments. So go to a 14 delta credit put spread, 14 delta credit call spread. Make it $2 wide, $3 wide. You can have yourself an iron condor. You're welcome. The iron butterfly, I believe, would be around $11, and do it in the middle. They are investigating lower prices. I'm not sure about it. So if you sell an iron butterfly, so you sell a call and a put at the money, not for you, Twitter, and you buy a you make it $11 wide, you would be building a $1 buffer larger than what they expect to move up or down. And it shouldn't cost a lot of risk. Okay, I can't do anything with it today. I have to close out this room and head straight to Benzinga. This is not what I said. They are doing something maturely. They just took it back. What the fudge? They went back to the blue line, which is an open candle. Maria, okay, I'll go do it for you. We're talking Target. An iron butterfly at 104, $11 wide, will give you $780, 7.76. So your break-even points are 96.2 and 111.8. I'll give you a picture in a minute. If you want to go the route of an iron condor, which is often easier to win with, let's see here. The straddle is 92. Whoops. 119 and 92 maybe. 119 credit call spread, 92 credit put spread. You can make them $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 wide, your choice. Oh no, that is terrible. 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 It didn't come out. Let me post it somewhere else. This is for you, Maria and Bill. Don't do both, of course. Either or. Okay, so testing the purple. What did I say? Stay out of the purple. Earlier, I drew. I said, look at that long stick. They recognize it. Okay, Nick, we heard you. Out of the purple. But it's too late. You got there. And that was TTFM right there. That big one, big red one. Oh, man. TJX. I have not looked at TJX. I can go check it out really quickly. I don't trade that. That's Marshall's, right? That store is packed every time I go. What do they usually do? Earnings. They move a lot, but they don't break the straddle a lot. A year ago, they broke the straddle on the green side. They have 5 green moves, except last one, it was red. So it was red, 5 greens, red, 2 greens, red, 2 greens. Clearly, it goes green more than red, but the important part is how much it moves. $1 at a time. TJX. Not a lot of room to rally. I think it's going to be hard to rally, but if they break out, they might violently break out. They have plenty of support. So I wouldn't hold a call with confidence. I wouldn't hold a put with confidence. That is what I'm seeing. Let me see what TradyTix tells us, if at all. A lot of interest in 135. Yep, I see that. A bunch of calls. 3,100 call buyers. Let's see if there were calls there. Maybe they call transactors, like getting out or something. 30. Nope, they're 3,200 purchase calls. So I don't want to be the sucker that buys calls along with them. Not for me. Later. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow, Corey. Thanks for your help today. You crushed it. Freaking crushed it. Thanks for the help, guys and girls who are contributing. Remember, you can contribute by asking questions. That is huge contribution because you have the guts to ask questions. Then somebody else might have the same question. Am I still streaming on Twitter or is it circling the drain? It's working. This is a confirmation in the process of an inverse cup and handle that would give us 638.1. What was I supposed to do? ADI. It's amazing that a company that's called Analog Devices is still in business in this non-analog world. There's not a lot of information. I can tell you that it can rally to 237, but not more. Not easily, but it's not a lot of information. But whatever is there sticks out. Let me see here. The price of the stock is 230. So if I go to 260, 280, 290. Easier to drop than the rally. I don't think we go past 240, and we don't have support until 198, 200. So if I were to put an iron butterfly, I would center it around 222, 220. Nothing on toll. I haven't checked. You guys needed to ask me earlier so I don't scamper and give you better information. I'm cutting corners. Toll. I think it might have some downside pressure to 120, but the volume again is not that large. Is it $1? No, $5 increments. Oh, no weeklies. Forget about it. Yeah, no. Whatever I tell you now doesn't have to play out until the middle of September. So, yeah, toll I cannot help. It's accurate information, but it's ineffective. The last one, ADI, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, so take it at your own risk. NVIDIA made a lower low just now. That is no bueno, NVIDIA. What are you doing, man? You're the leader of the free world. GLD made a new low. SLV is on a jag. Can someone ring the bell and not at 641, please, so that we don't confuse the hell out of everybody? 640 sellers are very small. They're there, the red box, but they're very small. Zim, yeah, be careful with Zim. Futu, ooh, Futu, Baidu. Avoid. Zim, avoid. There's some sort of a buyout conversation with Zim, so make sure you're in the know. The IWM is shrugged off. It was able to hold the minus 1%. I guess what I could say, it could have been much worse today, especially if we take that cup and handle and go to 641 at the close. 3 minutes is an eternity. If we make a lower low, that is a change in behavior. I don't think we've done that in ages, where you show strength late in the day, you go for it, and you fake people out, and you trap them with a lower low at the close. I don't think that has happened in ages. I honestly don't remember when it was when it happened last. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember when it happened last. So these are rare occasions. Okay, I'm going to end the stream on Twitter. Thanks for watching.